Okay, so we're going to start out here with a little history lesson. And if you've either been in the mental health field for a while, or if you've been in the addictions field for a while, you're probably aware of the fact that integrated treatment approach for both of these is actually a pretty relatively recent development. And this shift in approach was initiated back in 2004 with the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration's Treatment Improvement Protocol, or TIP 42. And TIP 42 was the first real significant national directive that strongly recommended that agencies start to integrate mental health and substance use services. And it was developed by SAMHSA, and I'm sure everybody knows what SAMHSA is, but that's the US agency that's tasked with improving the quality and the availability of substance abuse prevention, addiction treatment, and mental health services. And the key innovation here that was proposed by TIP 42 was the concept of having a unified point of entry for individuals that were struggling with both co-occurring psychiatric and addiction issues. Now, prior to this, treatment typically took a sequential or a parallel approach, with clients receiving treatment for one issue followed by the other, or getting both at the same time, but through different providers. Now, the fundamental principle proposed here was that there should be one entry point for individuals that are struggling with both psychiatric conditions and with addiction issues. Prior to that, again, the norm was sequential or parallel treatment. And sequential, when we talk about sequential treatment, that means that we're addressing one issue, and that was typically determined by what agency originally the individual sought help from, or where they were referred to, or where they were compelled to go because of legal issues. So if they first reach out to an agency due to their mental health condition,
Recording in progress,
that we would address first, and then they were referred back to tackle their substance use disorder, or vice versa. Now, there's a lot of flaws, inherent flaws in this approach, right? It's all too common to see that the untreated issue would then undermine the progress that would be made in treating the other. And so consequently, we weren't getting as good of outcomes this way. Now, another problem was also the potential for conflicting perspectives and treatment methodologies from different agencies, which would often lead one treatment approach to negate the effects of a previous one, because there's very different ways of looking at both mental health concerns and substance abuse disorder. In scenarios where the substance use and the mental health problems were more severe, like in the context that we work with in PACT, then often a parallel approach was adopted. And this involved referrals to two different agencies, both at the same time. And we still see this quite often. But again, this has its own pitfalls because it presents the same risk of having conflicting messages, and also the added possibility of the individual starting to fall through the cracks. Because when we take this kind of an approach, people have a tendency to get overwhelmed by having too much complexity in their treatment framework. So when we're taking an integrated approach, which is described by TIP 42, the burden of integrating care is going to no longer rest on the individual, the client's shoulders, but it's going to be shouldered by us as healthcare professionals. And in this model, what we're doing is we're ensuring that we've got a consistent treatment approach, and that we're providing a unifying message, and that's going to make it easier for the individual to remain engaged in their treatment. So the shift to a more efficient and more coordinated approach not only optimizes the use of resources, but it also enhances communication between providers. It reduces the chance of contradictory treatment plans. And as a result, we can expect improved outcomes for our clients, and we can more effectively address their complex needs. So in essence, the integrated treatment approach aligns with this evolving understanding that we have that effective care isn't necessarily about treating individual symptoms or conditions in isolation, but it's really about treating the whole person. So integrating treatment for substance use and mental health disorders rather than treating them separately is going to be a lot more effective and efficient as a way of approaching co-occurring disorders. And it really allows us to have a holistic client-centered care, which is crucial for achieving better outcomes, and we can do that in the context of PACT, which makes PACT so amazing. Now, we're going to take a quick look at the population that we're going to be considering and some of the factors which will make an individual more vulnerable to having co-occurring disorders. And these are correlates that I pulled from the IDDT manual. So if you look here at the demographical data, you can see that young unmarried men with low education are going to be more likely to struggle with both mental illness and substance use disorder. And as we look at the historical correlates, where there's a family history of mental illness and substance use disorder, where there's been conduct disorder in childhood and trauma, then we're going to, again, see that there's going to be more problems with co-occurring disorders. And finally, we can also see where social functioning was better earlier on in life, the person is more likely to use substances following the onset of severe mental illness. And this is probably due to the fact that most substance use first originates as learned social behavior, because as it turns out, we generally learn to do drugs together first before we start doing them alone. Now, if we look at the clinical factors here, the clinical correlates, we see that antisocial personality disorder is also strongly linked to increased rates of substance use disorder. We also see that antisocial personality disorder is going to be more prevalent in clients diagnosed with severe mental illness in comparison with the general population. So individuals with co-occurring disorders are going to statistically be the most likely to be diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder. And what this really suggests, at least to me, is that impulsivity and impaired perspective taking is something that plays a large role in the development of co-occurring disorders. We also see that an individual with severe mental illness that has poor involvement with services, that has a tendency for violent and disruptive behavior, depression, and suicidality, where there's legal involvement, where there's homelessness, they're going to be more likely to have a co-occurring substance use disorder. Now, when we look at the data, we can also see that there's some pretty notable disparities in mental health treatment across different racial and ethnic groups for individuals needing treatment for co-occurring disorders. In 2017, among white non-Hispanics, 69% were referred to services, received mental health treatment in the past year. And in contrast, among Black or African Americans, non-Hispanic, Black or African individuals, only 52% accessed mental health treatment in the last year. And for the Hispanic population, this number is actually slightly lower at 51%. And the lowest utilization rate is seen among Asian non-Hispanics, with only 48% receiving any form of co-occurring disorder treatment within the past year. This low rate could be due to a range of factors, including the kind of cultural stigma that's around this, the lack of access to culturally competent care, or systemic disparities in healthcare. We also see higher treatment rates among Native American or Alaska Native non-Hispanics, with 63% having accessed mental health services in the past year. For individuals identifying as Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander non-Hispanic, this number goes up to 70%, which is the highest of all racial and ethnic groups. Individuals that identified as having more than one race show a utilization rate of 66%, indicating that mixed race individuals are receiving mental health treatment at rates that would be comparable to single race groups. And then in conclusion, while strides have been made to ensure people are receiving mental health care that they need, we also see that there's a lot of disparities here that exist across different racial and ethnic groups. And these discrepancies reflect broader systemic issues that are still hindering certain communities' access to mental health services. So during this training series, I'm going to introduce you to Shan here. Shan is a case example that I actually developed for a co-occurring training series that I did for the VA. So you'll see that a little bit reflected here. And Andre, if I could just get you to unmute and read this for me so I can save my voice a little bit and so you can hear another voice.
Yeah.
So Shan represents a lot of these clinical and demographic correlates that we just discussed.
All right, so Shan Gray, a 26-year-old African-American cisgendered male, presented for assessment at the VA Puget Sound Healthcare System 2 months after his initial intake. Shan is a military veteran who served in the Army for 8 years before receiving an honorable discharge 4 months ago. He was referred to the VA by his primary physician due to depression and service-related post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. During his active duty service, Shan experienced combat and non-combat related stress, including being under direct and indirect fire in Afghanistan. He frequently visits strip clubs, drinking heavily, and engaging in other risky behaviors. He has a recent history of angry outbursts and physical altercations when under the influence of alcohol, as well as a history of alcohol-related disciplinary issues while on active duty, including 2 Article 15 punishments.
Great, thank you. Okay, so for this next section here, we're going to start talking about, we're going to start diving into substance use disorder and how to understand it. And so you can see on this slide what our SAMHSA definition is, which is the recurrent use of alcohol or drug that causes clinically and functionally significant impairment, which would include health problems, disability, failure to meet major responsibilities at work, school, and home. And we've got the DSM criteria, which include impaired control, social impairment, risky use, and the pharmacological criteria. So substance use disorder is obviously going to include the use of some kind of substance, right? But the most important part of this definition for us is going to be the clinically and functionally significant impairment. So it's really going to be the impairment and distress that's going to be our key focal point. Substance use is obviously necessary, but it's not sufficient in its own right. So for both the treatment of substance use disorder and for psychiatric disorders, then the key for us is really to focus on the impairment and distress and not worry as much about the simple fact that a person is using substances. Now, when we look at the DSM criteria, there are 5 of those criteria that indicate severe substance use disorder. And those are going to be wanting to cut down and not being able to, craving and compulsion and use, failure at role fulfillment, sacrificing valued activities to use, and withdrawal. Those are the big 5 that indicate that a person has a significant issue with substance use. So the primary factors that influence drug use can be summed up with this expression. Many of you have probably seen this before. It's drug, set, and setting. And drug refers to the specific pharmacological properties of the substance that's being used and their effects on the brain. So all psychoactive drugs are going to affect the brain or the central nervous system to either slow it down, as in the case of opioids, to speed it up or accelerate it, as in the case of stimulants, or to alter it in some way, like, say, psychedelics do. The route of administration and the dosing, so the amount and the timing of the drug taken and its purity, are also going to be important determinants of how the drug is experienced. So when a person injects it, for example, the effects of the drug is going to be much more rapid and much more strong than when, in order of magnitude here, they're inhaled via the lungs, which is a close second, or they're snorted, or they're anally inserted or swallowed. There's a lot of body of research that's documented substantial variation in consumption patterns between individuals across drug cultures and society and over time, and likewise, comparison of lifetime use and last month consumption of any substance shows that the pharmacological properties of the drugs are not going to be the primary determinant of the outcome of the drug consumption. So there's the drug itself. There's a lot of other factors that go into play for how the person is experiencing their use of drugs. Now, drugs do what they promise to do, which is that they provide pleasure, they provide relief, and they provide other complex feelings that people seek, right? That's why we continue to use drugs. They're a type of tool that human beings have been using for a while now. But they do that differently for different people. So in other words, we've got different brains that are going to be processing drugs differently. And when we talk about set is usually interpreted as being the individual psychological characteristics, it's the mindset. So we're talking about the personality factors, the motivations, the attitudes, and the expectations and beliefs. So the emotional state before, during, and after a person uses a drug, and then the expectations and belief that a person brings to the drug experience are really going to be super important in terms of how the drug is experienced and how, probably most importantly, how the experience is then remembered by that person. People's beliefs and their expectations about drugs are then are also going to be furthermore shaped by seeing other people use drugs. So observation of peers using drugs, previous experiences, and things that people get from their friends, from institutions, and from online media. So all of these are important in terms of how the actual drug itself or experience. So set as personal attributes that an individual brings to the drug experience. And that includes a person's biological, genetic disposition, because we all process drugs differently, brain chemistry, and actual physical condition, but also it's impacted by gender and age, among other factors. So it's set is going to be a complex interaction of psychology and biology, where environmental factors like traumatic events can further influence its expression. When we talk about setting, setting refers to the environment in which the drug is used. So we're talking about the environmental variables that influence the outcome of drug use. And these can include formal and informal social controls and other factors that are going to be external to the individual. These environmental factors are then going to be the main factors in distinguishing recreational and controlled substance use from more heavy and dysfunctional patterns that we generally associate with the word addiction. Now, related to settings are going to be rituals and social sanctions. So rituals are structured and regimented behaviors that are associated with substance use. And that involves aspects such as getting and using the drugs, the choice of physical and social settings for using them, the actions taken before using, and the strategies that are used to mitigate any unwanted effect or to evade legal consequences. Now, social sanctions, on the other hand, dictate the manner and the circumstances under which a particular substance can be used. So they encompass all of the informal and the typically unspoken values and rules that are adopted by groups, as well as the more formal norms that we've got in law and in legal practice. Now, a key aspect of these social sanctions is the societal consensus on how it is that as a country that we manage and we control substance use. So here in the United States, the social consensus around drug use is that it's a type of moral choice that an individual makes, right? So because people are making moral choices about the use of drugs, then this often leads towards having punitive measures of addressing drug use in society. So we really focus on incarcerating individuals who consume drugs, and increasingly this is served as the most prevalent form of attempting to control those who are violating the social norms related to drug use. And just quickly here, there's going to be other factors that will contribute, such as the availability of the drugs and whether the person's life will allow drug use, right? So, you know, for example, a 90-year-old that's in a nursing home is probably going to struggle a little bit finding meth or finding ecstasy. It's not impossible, but it's going to be much less likely than a 20-year-old at a rave. If people are still going to raves, I don't know, I'm getting really old myself, so believe that's still occurring. Now, one of the things that IDDT really emphasizes, and you'll find this in the manual, is that drug use is functional. So it's adaptive behavior. And this is in contrast of the disease model of substance use disorder, or the moral model that I just talked about. Now, as an introduction here today, the primary idea behind this model is that a human being is an open, intelligent, living system that's learning and adapting to an ever and changing environment, right? So your body's smart, it's always trying to do right by you. So as a result, all of its deliberate behaviors are functional, as in they take place in a context, they intend to achieve some kind of adaptive outcome for you, and they're going to be reinforced, right? So if you get something that you want, then you're going to be much more likely to happen because you're going to learn to do that thing. Now, this essentially means that our actions, even though they might not seem beneficial at face value, are serving purposes for us. Again, they're influenced by our environment. They're going to be shaped by those consequences. When we apply these principles to the context of drug use, we can see that drug use is a type of behavior that, although can and is often harmful both to the individual and often to the surrounding community, in the short term, we can see it as being functional behavior. And just like any other behavior, it's doing work for that person. So for example, drug use can be a means of escape from aversive experiences. That could include clearly the distressing symptoms of severe mental illness. Substance use does a great job at relieving painful emotions, at least in the moment, of helping get rid of uncomfortable physical sensations or intrusive thoughts. Now, these drugs also serve social function, very important social functions as well. So they take place often in a social context, especially initially, and they can provide opportunities for bonding and connection. So for some, that might be a way to fit in, ways for us to avoid the discomfort of peer pressure. Drugs can also function as a leisure activity as well. So it can fill free time, can provide forms of recreation, and it can provide a sense of structure or meaning for someone's life. So drugs do a lot of heavy lifting for us. Rituals associated with drug use, like getting the drugs, preparing it, using it, this can give shape to a person's day or week, and especially when that person's facing significant mental health challenges. Now, while acknowledging these functional aspects of drug use doesn't in any way negate their harmful effects, right? It can be harmful. It does help us understand why these behaviors persist despite long-term negative consequences. And using this understanding then can help guide us in helping individuals to find healthier and more adaptive strategies to achieve the same functions that drug use has been serving. So it's important for us to recognize that we're not going to just try to eliminate drug use, but we're going to try here to address the underlying needs that the drugs have been fulfilling. Doing so allows us then, again, to have a much more holistic and effective support for individuals that are struggling with substance use. And when we frame drug use as a type of tool, albeit a dangerous one, it can really help destigmatize its use. And there's really good clinical reasons for why we want to do this beyond just being nice people, because shame around substance use is also something that a person will use substances to manage, right? Now, where drugs cause personal and societal harm, then we're looking at something that we might point to with this word addiction that we use. But again, it's important that we see addictive behavior as being the culmination of a lot of different factors. That includes the functions that we just talked about, those functions, what they're doing for the person, ways in which the drug use is reducing distress. This is the concept of self-medication. Ways in which individuals have hereditary or psychological predispositions, as well as family, social, and cultural factors, and also the ways in which over a person's lifespan, use is going to be more or less likely, right? So for example, impulsive behaviors around binge use is going to be much more likely during adolescence and early adulthood, whereas we see dependence, we see tolerance and withdrawal to be much more likely later on in adulthood. So just like one brick isn't going to make a wall, none of these factors by themselves would necessarily mean that the person's got a problem with addiction. But once we start adding them up, we start seeing patterns of dysfunctional behavior, increased distress, and areas of impairments around the person's life, such as social, legal, education, and employment problems. Now, Gabor Mate, which I'm sure a lot of you have heard of, he's one of the original and key proponents of this adaptive social perspective that I'm sharing with you. And he defines addiction as being any behavior or substance that a person uses to relieve pain in the short term, which leads to negative long-term consequences and can't be given up. So addiction is the process by which short-term strategies for dealing with physical and emotional pain leads to increasingly rigid and compulsive patterns of behavior, causing escalating impairment and distress in a person's life. And Dr. Mate has proposed that behind every addictive behavior is trauma. And trauma is kind of a loose term that gets thrown around a lot. And for some clinicians, it can cause a little bit of eye rolling. I get it. So I want to define what trauma actually is, referring from this functional perspective of behaviors. Now, you've got, as we're going to talk about this a little bit more coming up, you've got aversive emotional states that are built into your nervous system as being adaptive responses to keep you alive and safe. And as the body adapts to environments based on its own learning history, where learning histories involve frequent threats, then it's cueing the body to make physiological adjustments to become more finely in tune with that threat. So your body's looking for ways to solve those aversive states through various coping strategies that are intended to resolve those inner aversive states. And this is often referred to as being self-soothing, but quite frankly, I think that that word's a little bit infantilizing, right? There's a biological imperative to maintain homeostasis, and responses to threat require that we're utilizing metabolic resources. And that's really at the heart of what short-term coping is all about, right? The body needs to find some way of getting out of the threat response. And how do we do that? Well, we do that through our subjective state that something is wrong, right? We know that we're having bad emotional experiences, and then we do something like ingest substances to remove that inner aversive state. And again, these are all then just adaptive responses that are intended to keep us safe, and most importantly, they're intended to keep us alive. Now, some of you are going to be familiar with this because I've gone a lot more into this with our CBTP informed strategies training. So I'm not going to exhaustively cover it here. But when we talk about drug use as being functional behavior, we also have to understand how behaviors are learned. So I'm just going to give you a brief overview here. Now, you've got three basic movement strategies for navigating your environment, right? You're a moving, living organism. You're not a tree. You're not a fungi. You're an animal that moves, right? So we move in our environment. And what we can do is we can move towards something. We can approach. We can retreat. We can move away from something, or we can stay still. We can inhibit movement. And these are going to be the underlying basis to any deliberate behavior. But it's also true that you're not just going to try out some random shit for each situation and hope that that's going to work for you. Your nervous system is going to try to learn from each situation so it can start being wise instead. And it can make sense out of similar cues, and it can anticipate what to do quickly rather than just reacting blindly with something that it's going to pull out of the hat in the moment, right? So if we want to help a person understand why and how they've learned what they're doing now and how they might learn something different if they want to, then we're going to have to understand learning theory, which helps us understand our prior conditioning and how we can create new ones through our unique human ability for intentionality. Like we can decide to do something using our beautifully evolved cerebral cortexes. So there are four modes of behaviors that we share with most other animals, and those are innate, respondent, operant, and observational. And then we've got one that appears to be unique to human beings, which is relational learning or language and thinking. So the first is innate. These are all the behaviors that you were born with, right? So nobody needed to teach you how to breathe. Thankfully, you were able to figure that out pretty quickly on your own. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here at this training. Similarly, nobody needed to teach you how to feed or sleep. These are all just behaviors that we do instinctively. They live here in our brainstem and in our autonomic nervous system. So there's no mystery why we engage in these types of behaviors. They're built into your nervous system as reflexes. Again, they live in your brainstem, your autonomic nervous system, and these are pre-established circuits that you don't have to learn, and they don't change. And we share these circuits with reptiles and fish. Now, other behaviors are going to be learned in some way, which means that your brain from the midbrain up, for those of you who have seen my hand model of the brain before, right? So we've got this part of the brain, if you can see my hand, which is the what we share in common with reptile. This is where your primitive responses come from. Then we've got the emotional part of the brain that lives here in the limbic region of the brain. And then we've got your thinking brain, your cerebral cortex that wraps around the top. If I put my hand up here by my head, you can see how your brain sits in your skull here. So the brain from the limbic region up has to create a lot of those neurocircuits for learned behaviors. And it does this through interaction with the environment and feedback systems that uses trial and error to successively create effective behaviors for the various environments that we find ourselves in. So these novel patterns of neurons, then they start to fire together. As they do so, they wire together, as the saying goes, And what they do is create a behavioral template that can then be used again when the environment calls for it. Your nervous system is amazing. Now, we do this with a few different evolved learning strategies. And the most ancient of these is respondent conditioning, which evolved about 500 million years ago in multicellular organisms that move. And that's where one stimulus that produces a response is going to be paired with another that normally wouldn't produce that response, right? So we're learning to have that response now in the presence of a second paired stimulus. So stimulus just means all the stuff that's happening in the environment that we're adapting to. So a common example of this would be, say, for a smoker who has his first cigarette in the morning with coffee, they're going to start to crave a cigarette when they smell coffee, right? So we all know Pavlov's dogs, right? That the dogs were drooling before they were presented food, and that they were hearing a tone that was the signal for the lab assistants to be feeding the dog, and then the dog started pairing together the sound of the bell with being fed, and so they started to drool when they started hearing the bell, right? That's the most famous example of this. But really, when we're talking about how this applies to substance use, these are the triggers for substance use, right? So they're the persons, places, and things that trigger substance use. Operant conditioning is where we learn a behavior because of its consequences. So we're going to be either more likely to do it when there's a reward in that behavior, or we're going to be less likely to do it because we're being punished for doing it. And so in order for that to work, you're going to have something that produces a subjective state of reward, which is your reward circuit, so that you know what to do again. And you're also going to have circuits that are related to threat in order for this to work. Now, finally, with observational learning, we learn through watching others, and then we can later reproduce the behaviors that we're seeing. So for example, you can think about how a child watches their parents wave at one another, and then they imitate this action for themselves. And that's what your mirror neurons are doing for you. So those are the neurons that essentially mirror the behavior of another as though the observer itself was acting and playing a critical role. As though the observer were itself were acting, and then this plays a critical role in social cognition, empathy, and understanding others' actions, intentions, and emotions. Again, you can see how this relates to substance use. We learn a lot of substance use behavior by what we're seeing other people do around us. And then finally here, we've got a learning style that appears to be unique in human beings, and that's our ability to be able to learn through abstracted stimuli that we're putting into relational networks. That's super amazing. I don't have time to go into that here, but this gives you at least enough background to understand how behaviors are learned. Now we're going to focus here a little bit on operant conditioning, and that's where we learn from the consequences of our behavior. And this learning style is really at the heart of a contextual understanding of behavior. So I want to just break this down very quickly into the simple ABC formula that we use to understand it. So A is for the antecedent. That's the context, environment, or the trigger for the behavior. And the antecedent includes both the external environmental cues as well as the internal events that the person's experiencing that leads up to the actual behavior in question, right? So things can be, behaviors can be prompted with what's happening in your environment, what's happening, you're picking up from your five senses, but it can also be picked up from what's happening in terms of your feelings, your emotional states, as well as your thinking as well, the things that you're thinking about. B is going to stand for the behavior in question, what the body's actually doing. C stands for the consequence, or whether the behavior is being reinforced, making it more likely to happen again. So again, we take a simple example maybe of a person that we're working with, Jamie. You might remember Jamie if you were at the previous IDDT trainings. Jamie hears voices, and he ascribes those to a two-way computer chip that also broadcasts his thoughts. And his voices, his paranoia, they get worse in public settings, and he gets very anxious when he's got to be around a lot of other people. So let's say that Jamie comes to you and he says that yesterday that he left the grocery store after he heard voices say that everybody can hear your dirty thoughts. So initially after he left the store, Jamie felt really relieved, but then when he got home, he didn't have anything to eat for dinner, and he went to bed hungry and frustrated with himself, right? So the external context is going to be the grocery store. The internal context for the behavior is his anxiety and the voice that he's hearing. And then those would be the antecedents for the behavior of leaving the store before he bought his groceries. Then as a result, the consequence would be that Jamie feels relieved. So we can see again how that behavior was smart. It was functional, right? He was feeling anxious, and leaving the store relieved the anxiety. So it made sense for him to leave the store. Now, because Jamie got what he wanted, right, at least in the moment, he's going to be much more likely then to leave that store again because he was negatively reinforced for that behavior. Now, an establishing operation is what we refer to as the human needs that are being fulfilled by the behaviors that we're engaging in. So it's the why that always goes with the what of any deliberate behavior. So we'll just refer to this as being the motivation. They always work hand in hand with the cue, right, with that antecedent. So there needs to be a motivational force behind every behavior, right? Because if we don't have any motivation, if there's no desire, if we're not needing a change, then there's no reason for us to act. And desire is really the work that dopamine, the neurotransmitter dopamine, is doing for you in it's called the mesolimbic dopamine circuit. We're going to get into this in a minute. And that circuit is a cluster of nerves that they emerge, if I'll put up my hand again, they emerge from the ventral tegmental area that's here in the midbrain. So the lower region, the instinctive regions of the brain, and it projects neurons into the nucleus accumbens, which is here in the limbic region of the brain. And there's a similar structure that's found in all mammals. So when we're talking about the subjective experience here, we're not talking about cessation. In fact, relative to motivation, there's not really a lot of activity that the brain does when you actually get the thing that you want, right? The brain doesn't really do that much. It's more built on reward. So it's built on driving you towards doing something. So the reward system in the brain is all about providing the emotional drive toward what it is that you want. It's wanting something that gets big organisms like us to move. So dopamine is responsible for overriding all of the inhibitory circuits that conserve energy and provide us with the drive to make hard things doable, right? So if we're thinking about our 3 movement strategies, dopamine is the thing that drives you towards something. Okay. Now, in operant learning theory, positive just means that we're adding something, whereas negative means that we're subtracting something. Reinforcing means that the person's experience of what is being added or taken is good. We call that appetitive. Punishment means that what is being added or taken is experienced as being bad or aversive. So a behavior is going to be increased if it's rewarded or reinforced in 2 different ways. First of all, you can get something that you want, that would be a positive reinforcer, or second, you can have something removed that you don't want, that's a negative reinforcer. Now, interestingly enough, it's the negative reinforcer that's often the most powerful. So if we go back to the example of Jamie here, the reward for leaving the store for Jamie was that it relieved or it took away the anxiety. And again, people will do almost anything to avoid aversive emotions, so that's why it's the more powerful of the 2. So when you're struggling maybe a little bit with understanding why a certain strange behavior is occurring, you might suspect that it might be through negative reinforcement. Now, conversely, a behavior is going to be decreased if it either results in getting something that you don't want, like, for example, touching a hot stove, or if you get something taken away that you do want, right? So you think about like how you put kids in timeout, for example, taking away something that they want. It's a form of punishment. Okay, so for any given behavior, there can be the immediate short-term outcomes. Those are going to be the ones that are reinforced, and then outcomes that happen later that aren't because they occur long after the behavior, right? So in the short term, Jamie was able to avoid all that anxiety that he was having at the store. In the long run, fortunately, he didn't have his dinner. So we can see here in this example that the long-term consequences are often much more significant than whatever the person got out of the behavior in the moment. But those consequences weren't the ones that controlled the behavior of leaving the store because they hadn't happened yet. So reinforcements that occur with the behavior are going to be much more consequential in the formation of behaviors for that reason, right? So your body doesn't know what's going to happen in the future. It's just responding to whatever is happening in the here and now. The future only occurs in your thinking mind. It doesn't occur anywhere from the limbic region down. So most of your nervous system is living in the present moment. It's going to do what it feels like that it needs to do in the present moment in order to survive and from its perspective, thrive. So think of, for example, of how like maybe getting likes on Facebook or Twitter, which is really just sort of the fairly inconsequential equivalent of some random stranger saying, hey, you, good job. Think about how that reinforces more powerfully than whatever maybe good feelings that you might get from your boss saying a month later, hey, here's a raise for getting your notes done for this month, right? We often default to doing the thing in the moment. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Okay, so again, leaving the store for Jamie provided a negative reinforcement for her, right? Or for him, right? And leaving anxiety-provoking social situations, again, that's a negative reinforcer. And over time, that can lead to active avoidance of social contact, even though isolation is very aversive for people. So we can see how many behaviors naturally just become dysfunctional over time, right? There's something that's working for the person in the moment, doing work for the person in the moment, but those same behaviors start to work against the person in the long term as they start to generalize. So first of all, Jamie's avoiding the grocery store. Then maybe he starts avoiding his appointments, right? Maybe he starts avoiding calling his friends, right? You see how these behaviors start to generalize because they worked in one context. Now, anytime we learn a novel set of behaviors, a new routine, so to speak, we've got to learn how to sequence those behaviors effectively through feedback, and we've got to persist with it, making adaptations to that feedback until it becomes effective and efficient for us. Remember, we're learning templates so that we can respond effectively to environmental cues. So think about learning an instrument, for example, right? You're going to suck at doing that first. It's going to feel super hard to you, but the more that you stick with it, the more that you practice it and adapt at the behavior based on external feedback, right? From like, say, your piano teacher or internal feedback. So when it starts sounding better to you, then the easier it's going to get and the better you're going to get at it. And then the easier it gets, the better it's going to feel to do for you, right? Because you're establishing those neural circuits in your brain. Now, what's happening in your brain is that it's creating new neural networks, and then those are going to then be strengthened by repetition, right? So this is how your brain learns how to do it from the limbic system up. You can think about this like beating a new path through a thick jungle, right? So first of all, got to expend a lot of energy to hack through all that growth to establish the path. You got to continue to walk along that path until it becomes a trail. And now once that trail is established, it's going to be much easier to walk up and down it. So when you first learn to do something new, it's going to require your central nervous system to put a lot of effort into it. It's got to put a lot of metabolic resources into it. And when that happens, the limbic or the emotional part of the brain is going to start to get active by trying to get the cerebral cortex to decide whether or not it's worth the effort to persist in that by generating a bad feeling to get its attention, right? This is why it feels uncomfortable to do these new things. Remember, our movement strategies are moving towards something, moving away from something, but also inhibiting movement as well, right? So your nervous system is trying to decide, hey, is this really worth all the metabolic cost of me moving towards this thing? Or would it be better for me to just sit here and to conserve energy, right? So that's why it feels hard to do something new and to persist with it. But once those pathways are well established, then it's going to be easier to do those things when the environment cues them than to not do them. And that's how a new routine then starts to become a habit. So your brain is also learning through association. Remember our good friend respondent conditioning, Pavlov's dogs. So whatever associated behaviors come along with a newly learned routine is going to be queued up as well, right? So, imagine maybe your parents always gave you a cookie with coffee, right? So that you could get used to that terrible bitter taste of coffee. Now, once drinking coffee becomes part of your morning habit, with eating the cookie, then good luck giving up the cookie, right? You paired those two things together. Again, this is where the persons, places, and things come into play that the person's associated with the substance use then those become environmental cues for more substance use. Now, some habits are actually pretty darn good for us, right? So you get into a car, you buckle up, that's actually a pretty good thing. Obviously, there's a lot of things like that. I'm sure you can think of a few useful habits that you do every day, right? So like brushing your teeth, changing your underwear, these sorts of things, they're useful habits. And most habits actually that we do during the day, they're more or less neutral, right? But there are some habits, there are some things that we learn that aren't helpful for us at all, right? They're actually quite harmful. Now, that doesn't mean that they haven't been adaptive or we wouldn't have learned them. They're doing work for us, right? It just means that over the long term, they've started to cause damage. Now, the degree to which you struggle not doing those things then are the degree to which we can start labeling that particular habit as being a kind of addiction for you. Now, one thing that we've got to think about here, obviously, is that yes, addictions are types of habits, but some habits like, say, brushing your teeth, you'd probably be pretty easily able to abandon that if you found out that, oh yeah, actually brushing your teeth is going to make your teeth fall out. But you wouldn't be able to do that same thing with a meth habit, right? So there's going to be further considerations for us to understand with addictive behaviors that go beyond just garden variety habits. Now, first of all, habits have to have complex, or these habits that we form have complex cognitive emotional aspects that go beyond just simple motor acts. So addictive habits can only be really forged by powerful emotional drives that are related to desire. And these are going to override any protestations then from your nervous system that it's going to have to create new neural pathways, right? It's not going to be in this debate about whether to move forward towards something or inhibit behavior. It's just going to be like, hell yeah, let's go. Now, these are going to what this does is that the compulsive nature of the addictive behavior then is going to include the adaptations and feedback loops that the body's made in response to drug use and other behaviors that reliably amp up the reward system. And then that's going to strengthen the associated behaviors, right? So let me say that again. The compulsive nature of addictive behaviors, which includes the types of adaptations and feedback loops that the body's made in response to drug use or other behaviors, then is going to reliably amp up the reward system. That's going to strengthen the associated behavior. So just for a moment here, I just want you to appreciate all of the intensity, the single pointedness, the long-term planning, the contingency planning, meaning that the person's thinking out multiple options of behavior X, Y, and Z, if X, Y, and Z happens, that occurs for your average daily meth user, right? It's actually pretty mind-blowing. Clearly, addiction's not a disease state of the nervous system. What it is a highly organized, highly effective state of the nervous system that's narrowed its scope and it's eliminated all other distractions to doing one thing and to doing one thing effectively, which is using more meth or drinking or gambling or sex, right? You get the idea. Now, that's your incredible nervous system's ability to change and adapt. And it creates those neural networks, and that's where neuroplasticity comes in. So it becomes more and more efficient with maintaining them over time. Also keep in mind that even though with drug addictions, it's fairly easy to see how this is happening, it can and does happen with any sequence behavior, not only related to the desire, but also to threat. So let's take depression, for example. Depression is related to overwhelm, right? Or the autonomic nervous system's response to threat, which shuts us down. So the adaptive behavior then is to suppress or inhibit behavior. And that's going to be useful in all sorts of situations. Like, for example, let's say that you got yelled at every time that you got excited when you were a kid, or even worse, let's say that you got smacked, right? So then you're going to learn a behavioral sequence of shutting down. And you're going to do that through one of the most aversive of all emotional states, which is shame. So you don't get smacked again. Now, that's a very adaptive and smart thing for your nervous system to be doing in the moment. And when you first learn to do that, though, it's painful, right? Because it's an aversive emotional experience. But you didn't have any choice in the moment, right? You had to survive. So the more that you do it, the more that's establishing neural pathways in your brain. And again, we've got powerful emotions here. but this time they're highly aversive emotions, and they provide an equally powerful crucible for the creation of a habit. Now, that's just what you do, and the context for it are going to grow as the behavior generalizes into social contexts. So as an adult, you get labeled as being depressed, right? Because your nervous system has learned the habit of shutting down. And later on, you can get rid of that awful depressed feelings with drugs, right? Either the ones that you find or ones that your doctor helpfully prescribe for you, right? And then you can start to develop new habits around those. So desire, shame, fear, and frustration ultimately are going to be the primary drivers of addiction. And we can think about them as being kind of the four horses of the addiction apocalypse. Okay, so that is the general framework here, a very truncated version of how to understand drug use as adaptive behavior. So I'm going to pause here and I'm going to see if there are any questions. Hopefully I should have some. This is a lot of material for us to cover. So what are your thoughts and what are your questions here before we dive into the next section? So I'm not sure if it's just not wanting to break the ice here from somebody, or if there are no questions. If there's no questions, then I've failed as a presenter, right? Because there really should be a lot of questions at this point. When I do these presentations in other contexts, there's a lot of questions. So either I've done something wrong, or there's somebody's feeling anxious to sort of break the ice. So this is a collegial environment. We're safe here. If you've got some questions, then please let's get them out so that we can talk about them. I'm at my best when I'm answering questions.
We got one in the chat, Jeff.
Yes.
There always seems to be debate, especially with families, over is this a disease? How do you talk with families about this?
Yeah, that's a really great question. So the way in which I talk about this in terms of drug use, and we'll see, because I'm going to talk about this extensively, is that I talk about drug injury. And I'll repeat this again, but the reason why I talk about drug injury is because it's putting the emphasis on the drugs as a dangerous tool, right? All human beings use drugs. We use drugs. We'll continue to use drugs. They're a type of human technology. So they're a tool, but they're a dangerous tool. So they're very easy to get injured on. So the language that I use is drug injury. Because when we start talking about a disease model, what we lose with that model is that the person's nervous system didn't do anything wrong. It was intelligently adapting to the inputs in which it was given. So the nervous system isn't to blame. There have been escalating feedback loops that have been created for how the person has been intelligently adapted to the input of drug use. So we all use drugs because drugs do reliable things for us, and they do them effectively. But there are consequences around the use, right, that are escalating, and they occur over the long term. So I really like to emphasize the fact that the person is adaptive. The drugs are dangerous, right? So you can get injured from drug use, and many people do, unfortunately. Great question.
Jeff, I'm thinking of a COD specialist role on a team, and for many teams, when we think about the clients that we work with, a high percentage of them that have been using for many years. And there's kind of this, oftentimes just a sense of apathy when it comes to how do we work with some of the clients in regards to their substance use. And I think oftentimes there needs to be a culture shift. And I don't necessarily know the best route to go about that. What would it look like for a COD to even begin changing some of that paradigm on a team when it comes to maybe some cross training?
Yeah, so your primary sort of way to inoculate yourself from complete despair with working with this is to understand it from this perspective, that the person's nervous system is adaptive. Not only is it adaptive in terms of how it's adapted around the drug use, but also what we're seeing in terms of mental health, quote unquote, problems are also adaptive strategies. Is the person trying to do their best, their creative attempts to try to solve overwhelming life circumstances. And as there are more cascading issues that are created by mental health problems and by substance use, then the person is going to rely more and more on those strategies that they've learned. So they're learned adaptive strategies, but what does that mean? That means that if a person has learned to do something before, then they can learn how to do something different. Once they're put into a context and an environment where learning and doing something different is going to be possible. That's where you come into play, right? So what a human body is an open adaptive system that's responding to environmental cues. And you can become one of those environmental cues then that the person is starting to adapt to by using these understandings, right? So when you're each time that you're interacting with that person, you're interacting with an open adaptive system that's responsive to you. And if you come from that perspective, then you can start working skillfully and behaviors can change. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that the person will change, but if you take a structured approach in doing this, then the chances become much, much, much more likely that the person can and will make a change, right? So when we take an evidence-based practice approach, right, what we're really doing is we're providing a new environmental learning cue for a person. And then by doing that in a structured way, we're going to increase the odds that the person is going to be able to make it. Now, maybe we're only able to do that like we're able to increase the odds by maybe 5% or 10%. But over time, that 5% and that 10% is really going to start to accumulate. Because after all, we have time unlimited services in PACT, right? So if we keep on providing these cues, then we're going to make it much, much more likely that the person is going to be able to make that change, right? You're rolling a loaded set of dice. And you've got a lot of time to keep on rolling the dice, right? So we don't want to look at what's happening in the moment, right? We want to use our incredible strategic thinking brains to project forward into the future the possibility of somebody being able to make the change by our skillful interaction with them. So if you've decided in advance that a person can't make a change, then you become one of the environmental factors that's cueing the person not to make a change. But if you have as part of your mindset that change is possible and you're following a structured approach, then you're increasing the odds that the person's going to be able to make a change. So that's why this adaptive functional perspective is so important. Beyond just understanding the drugs and drug use themselves, it's also incredibly important in terms of your treatment approach. Got to get your minds in a different place.
Looks another one in the chat. Since marijuana is legal in many states now, how do you talk to clients about the negative consequences, especially when combined with mental illness? I always get the same response from them that it's legal, is that so it's okay?
Right, right. So what the person's really responding to is about the sanctions and how, as a society, that we approach drug use as being kind of a moral failure, right? So a person's always going to provide an explanation for themselves of why it is that they're doing something. And this gets back to just basic motivational interviewing skills and this understanding that as long as you're trying to take something away from somebody while they're still using it, they're going to resist naturally you're trying to take something away. So even if they get a little whiff of that, then they're going to start creating arguments about why it is that they should use. And so if the issue is around, well, you can't do X, Y, and Z because it's legal, it's illegal, it's a type of moral failure that we're going to punish, then the obvious thing that the person's going to, the tool that they're going to use in response is going to be, oh, hey, it's legal, right? That's how they're going to respond to it, by making that argument, right? So we want to step back and we want to say, hey, you know what? My interest isn't in whether this is legal or not legal. My interest is in you as a human being and whatever best version of yourself might be possible. So we can look at this together. In the moment, what are you getting out of the drug use? How is it functional behavior of you, for you? What work is it doing in your life? And then we can look at the pros and cons, right? Because if the person's just providing an argument in the moment based on this feeling of threat that you're trying to take something away from them that they think that they're using, then you're just going to get in a tug of war with them. But if you take this functional approach and you say, hey, this is probably doing work for you, or at least it feels like that it's doing work for you. Let's see if we can sort out the pros and cons of actually using the drugs. And let's see if we can start tracking what's actually happening for you in the moment when you're using drugs, right? So remember, a lot of drug use is actually based on the memory of using the drug. It's not based on the actual use in the moment, right? The person's using their memory as a type of cue for using more drugs. So they're referencing the memory. They're not referencing their here and now experience, right? So again, if we go back to somebody using meth, right? Maybe they had one experience where using meth was the most amazing thing that ever happened in their life. Totally incredible. It was an amazing thing, right? Then every single time after that, every time that they used, all they got was paranoid and fixated on things. So in the moment, they're actually having a miserable time. But what are they referencing? Are they referencing the miserable time? Or are they referencing that amazing time that they had? It's going to be the amazing time that's going to prompt the use, right? So what we want the person to do is we want to present this kind of functional thing. Hey, the drugs are doing work for you in one way or another. Let's see what they're actually doing. Let's see if we can track your actual experience and see if it's true that it's helpful in the ways in which you think that it's helpful. And I don't have any dog in this fight. The only thing that I want for you is that most best amazing version of you that might be possible. If you approach it that way, again, not going to work for everybody, but it's going to work a lot more often than if we get into an argument with somebody around it.
Real quick, would you mind going over the set piece of the drug setting one more time? Just real quick overview again.
Yeah, so set refers to mindset. And so that's exactly what we're talking about here, right? So it's all of the psychological factors that are involved. So let's say, for example, like everything that you heard about meth, like this is kind of this funny thing that we do, right? Because as a society, we want to try to scare you. Whoa, meth use, your teeth are you're going to look like this terrible gaunt person and all this kind of stuff, right? We're going to tell all these horror stories, but that just gets the person more intrigued with it. It's like, oh, that's kind of interesting. And then rather than actually that serving as a way of like keeping somebody away from it, it actually just provides another environmental cue for somebody to start getting interested in it. But most of what they're going to learn then is going to be around peers, and it's going to be about how people that they relate to are actually talking about those drugs, right? So that sets up a subjective kind of an expectation for what it's going to be like to use those drugs. is going to be amazing, right? So that's the mindset that you're going to come into it. So a person could use meth, right? We could use meth as a type of torture, actually, right? Like you could try to scare somebody beforehand and then give them the meth and then put them in a terrible environment. And now you've created a context cue for the person to maybe avoid using that drug, right? That's a possibility. So a lot of this is around the mindset that the person is taking, the kind of expectation that the person has in using the drug. And it's based on, what they see through what they're learning through their mirror neurons. And it's also based on memory as well, right? So if you did have a good experience, then that's going to create the mindset for you to do it again because you had that one great experience. One of the best examples that I can think about in this regard, I started out as a assessment specialist way back in the day at the University of Utah. And I was in an interview with this guy who said that he was, we were just going over his drug use history, and he was super articulate, really smart guy. And he was saying, the first time that I used crack was the most amazing, nothing in my life has compared to that moment. It's like a 10-second moment, which is perfection. Most amazing experience that he ever had. And he never had that experience again, he said. The rest of the time was just chasing that same experience. He said, now when I use it, I just get paranoid. But I keep on using it because I had that 10 seconds, 10 seconds of perfection. So that's the mindset, right? That's what is driving the behavior, is that 10 seconds of perfection, which makes sense. If you experience 10 seconds of pure, unadulterated perfection, you might be motivated to try to do that again.
Thank you.
And that's also where biological differences come into play too, right? So for one person smoking crack, they might just be like, I guess that was all right. Or maybe that kind of sucked. I don't want to do that again. But for that person, no. Their nervous system had an amazing moment, right? So that's where all of this different kind of variation comes in. This is just like rolling the dice, same thing with drinking. Same thing with all drug use, really. Some person, a lot of people smoke pot and they get super paranoid, right? It's like, I'm never going to do that again. Some people find it amazing. Some people think that it should be great, so they keep on doing it. I had this client once that I worked with that every time he smoked pot, like he would completely disintegrate, right? He'd have a terrible time. And like we always knew that he was smoking pot again because like he'd completely fall apart. This is on a PACT team, the PACT team up here in Bellingham. And but he just kept on doing it because he thought that other people were having a good time with it. So he thought that he should be having a good time too, even though it always resulted in him, often would actually end up in hospitalization. It was terrible. I'm kind of smiling about it because I'm using this as an example, but for him, subjectively, it was a terrible experience. But it was based on that mindset that he should be having a good time with it because everybody else around him was.
Jeff, we got a really good question in the chat.
Yes, let's hear it. Welcome back, friends and colleagues. Let's hear the question.
From Alicia, she says, going back to the treatment styles, I had the benefit of attending the APA Mental Health Services Conference, really inspiring presentation from an early psychosis team out of Georgia, talking about the process of becoming co-occurring capable.
Yeah.
What does co-occurring capable look like for ACT teams? And is there a way to integrate inpatient options for those clients who express interest or need?
Yeah, so my suggestion around that is just understanding this adaptive perspective. Because again, you can see quote unquote mental health symptoms. Now we do this interesting thing. I can't really get into this a lot here and the history behind mental illness. we've got this disease model that we come from for both addictions and also for mental illness. That's where the word mental illness comes from in the first place, is that it's a type of disease. That's the model that we're the most familiar with. This adaptive understanding is one that has been more recently evolved through research around what your nervous system is actually doing. So you can understand both addictive, quote unquote, addictive behavior and also the symptoms of mental illness as being adaptive behaviors. They're ways in which your nervous system has tried to make adaptations to the environments in which they found themselves in. So they're both means of coping. And especially where that's related to trauma, then we'll see that these attempts in the short term are what is creating problems for the person in the long term. So coming from that perspective, right? So when we use the language symptoms, right, we're really referencing this medical understanding that a person's experiencing symptoms of a type of illness, but there's not any etiology behind a mental illness, right? When we use, let's say a DSM diagnosis, we're really just providing a description of somebody's behaviors. We're not talking about the underlying cause. So because we often come from this perspective that we're treating a disease rather than treating a person as an adaptive, open, intelligent system, then what we end up doing is trying to take things away from a person, right? We're trying to cure their symptoms of mental illness, right? We're thinking about drug use as something that we need to take away from the person. And when we come from that perspective, then inevitably we're going to run into problems, because in the short term, what is the person doing? They're using those behaviors as types of tools, right? That they're using in the moment. Learn behaviors that are adaptive. So to take a co-occurring approach means that we understand from an adaptive perspective that all of these behaviors are doing work for a person, and that what we want to try to do is to get the person to reconnect what's best about themselves through their own values, and then help them move towards that best version of themselves by learning new adaptive behaviors. So that can be around how it is that they interact with their voices, for example, or how it is that they interact with their own paranoid thoughts, or how it is that they interact with the substances that they choose to put in their bodies or not to put in their bodies. And when we take this adaptive approach, it allows us to take this kind of integrated, holistic perspective that, again, the person's an open, adaptive system, and that they can reconnect with when their body really says yes, that they can create a compelled, imagined future for themselves, and that they can move towards that compelling future with learned behaviors that are much more adaptive for becoming that best version of themselves. Great question. All right. So in this next section, we're going to actually dive into the nervous system. And so again, I want to spend as much time here as we need so that you walk away with a good understanding, right? Because this is super important in terms of understanding exactly how it is that the nervous system is adapting and why. So we want to make sure that we're starting from a good, solid foundation with our own understanding, and then we can start communicating a lot of these understandings through simple metaphors were the clients that we're working with. So that's the next section that we're going to dive into.
I had a question about the treatment. So I've had zero luck with sending anybody to inpatient treatment, and I'm just wondering, like, we had a Fidelity thing where the lady said we had some evidence-based treatment that I could do here with them instead of sending them, because a lot of times our people aren't a good fit for because we don't really have dual diagnosis treatment in Washington State.
That's right.
And, you know, it's so, and then the ones that do only want to service people that are in this box. And it's quite challenging, actually. We got somebody who really wants to get better, but doesn't know how. And you work with them. And I mean, I lost like 3 of them last year. So I'm just kind of wondering.
Yeah. So this framework that we're using is the approach. This is the way in which
Okay.
you can use evidence-based practices, right? So we're going to get to what those evidence-based practices are, at least the action stage ones. More broadly, this is a type of a stage-wise treatment approach that includes strategies around how it is that you engage a person. So how you draw them into treatment through reinforcement strategies, and also how you work specifically around resolving ambivalence around making change by helping a person reconnect with their values, what's important to them. And the action stage is the person starting to learn new behaviors to help them move towards that best version of themselves. Now, there's a lot of pathways for a person to make change, right? We're unique individuals. So there's not going to be one treatment approach that's going to be like the magic bullet for everybody. A lot of different ways in which a person can make a change. Now, if I get somebody reconnected to what's most important for them, then it doesn't make any difference to me how they get there.
Right.
Once the person is in the driver's seat, then we can collaborate with them on the best way to get there. But if we haven't gotten there to that point, then forcing them into an inpatient treatment program is just sort of, you know, moving the chairs around on the deck of the Titanic. It's not going to really make that much difference. But if we get a person really connected to what's important to them, then maybe inpatient treatment would be the best thing, right? And we start talking about that. Well, you know what? Maybe you need just some time away, and we can find a program for you where you can do that. Or maybe the best thing for a person would be to get a job, right? Right? Because maybe a lot of what the drug use is doing is filling those social needs, right? So the person gets a drug, they start to use drugs a lot less because they've got some structure in their life now. Right? So a lot of different pathways for a person to get there. Some people, it might be that what they really need to do is they really need to handle those voices that keep on saying all those terrible things for them, right? We'll see in the Shan example that he's drinking because he's trying to drown out his voices, right? So maybe for that person, working directly with the voices or with the paranoid thoughts, that's the place in which the person's really going to be able to make progress because we've addressed the function. Lots of different pathways, right? And it's dependent on the person. That's why we want to take this holistic approach, right? So the whole idea behind the PACT comprehensive assessment is that we're really getting to know the person. Why? Well, because once we understand why a person is doing something, what their history has been, and what that best version of themselves would be, then we can start collaborating with them to move them in that direction.
Right.
And this approach, this treatment approach, it really works. Like once you start understanding the principles, you will start seeing change where you haven't seen change before. I can guarantee it. Now, again, it's not going to be that everybody's going to change. Now, what we have a tendency to do, and it completely makes sense because your threat circuits get fired up and then that's where your attention goes, is that we think about that one person in the program and everybody knows who that person is that I'm talking about, right? Everybody knows. It's that person who just won't quit using meth or has some kind of an opioid addiction or whatever. It's causing tons of problems for the rest of the team, right? They're on death's door. I mean, I'm smiling about this. It's not really a funny thing, but the thing is that we've all got that person that our attention is turning towards. But what about everybody else in the program that could really benefit from this approach, right?
Right.
Rolling the dice that we're doing here. It's not fixing so-and-so. Like you can't ever fix a person. And when we come from that perspective of fixing a person, then we're coming from that sort of broken person model or a medical perspective model where we're going to fix somebody.
Right.
And that's where we get ourselves into trouble, right? Because you can't really fix somebody. The person is doing something as an intelligent adaptation.
And it kind of tells them that they don't have a disease, that they're making an immoral, decision to do what they're doing to themselves.
Yeah, well, it's not really a decision per se, right? It's an ingrained habit.
Right, exactly.
Make a decision would actually be hard at that point.
Exactly.
But we don't really know who is going to change and what. So that person could change, right? We don't want to write that person off because we've got an idea in our mind about them. That could be the person that changes. We just don't know. So we want to take this even-handed approach where we're just saying, hey, what a human nervous system is an open adaptive system, and I can work with that. I've got the tools and the strategies to do it. And if they make a change, then they've made the change, right? That's something that they did. It's not something I did for them.
And maybe working with a whole lot of them instead of focusing on the one that has the biggest problem, we'll change that one.
Exactly. Right. Yeah.
Right.
Because we're creating an environment in which change is going to be much more likely to happen. There's kind of a magic that happens here, right? So again, we learn a lot of stuff by seeing other people do it. And we're like a big extended family, like PACT, right? So, you get that person that's really struggling, you start getting them into one of your IMR groups, right? Then their mirror neurons are going to fire when they see that everybody, that there have been people around them that have been able to make some substantial change.
Right.
So we're trying to create environments. So it's really about the process. It's not about fixing so-and-so. Right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's probably not 1 in 1,000 clinicians that really get this, but you can.
Right, I'm understanding it now. I remember a couple of years ago hearing you talk about that, going, how does that work? So yeah, I'm getting it now.
Yeah, great, awesome. Okay, so this makes things much more workable when we take this perspective. The other thing too is that, it's painful to see so-and-so struggle, right? And we have examples of people that it's not only an injury, but it's fatal. And our hearts break, right? We're still human beings at the end of the day, and we've established relationships, so it's painful for us, right? But we have to understand that we can't get drawn into trying to save somebody, because if we do, then that's where we're actually coming into conflict. We're actually making it less likely for them to make that change. Right. So when we take this approach, we're really more focused on the process, and that allows us to step back and to say, what I can do is I can create that environment, right? I can focus on the process and then let change happen as change is going to happen, knowing that I've done my best to create the environmental circumstances in order for change to happen, because I understand how change happens.
Right. So that I'm not responsible for the failure or the win.
Yeah. You're just responsible for the garden.
Right.
That's what I like to think about it, right? Responsible for creating something where something could grow, and then it's up to the thing to grow.
Right.
Okay.
I think,
go ahead.
If I just say something, Jeff, something that I've been most recently, when we think about this strategy, because I've been doing this for a couple of years now and trying to build the garden, trying to build the environment, and it struggles with the chronic cases. And most recently, we are having some of my most chronic with their mental illness and their substance use are facing significant consequences. One just lost his long-term housing, is going to be homeless, and one is on the verge of losing his RCSP programming because of his current substance use. And in both cases, trying to stabilize the mental health has been very complicated because the amount of meth that's being used that interferes with all the medications. And so my challenge for me personally has been having to have somewhat rational conversations about, if this doesn't change, you're going to lose X, like you're going to lose your housing, you're going to lose your program funding, and then seeing, completely irrational choices, like they don't care because of how deep in their addiction and their mental illness they are. It's been very complicated with some of my most chronic cases recently.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great thing to bring up, and it's a great thing for us to talk about as a group, right? Because we have these clients, and I've got two basic suggestions around this. One is that if you get burned out, then your possibility to be able to help that person becomes nil, right? I mean, even if you're just completely always overwhelmed and stressed out, then your nervous system really isn't a place where you're going to be able to interact in a way to get the best out of that person, regardless of what they're experiencing. So what's happening is that person is organizing you, right? Where the most important environmental cue that you have is other human beings. We learned how to interface with each other and co-regulate each other. So the most important environmental cue is us as human beings, right? Now, there are conditioning factors then, right? So if the client is conditioning you and your nervous system, then you're both going to be having a hard time. But if you're able to keep your nervous system organized because you're getting the kind of support that you need from the team around you, and if you're able to use some basic skills in terms of being able to re-regulate yourself, then you're going to be the one that's going to be much more likely to organize what's happening for them, because we influence each other. And the more opportunities that you have with somebody, then the more likely it is that you're going to be able to influence their behavior. And we're taking a long-term perspective, right? People can really seem like that they're struggling in the moment. And again, like some people, the consequences are going to be pretty significant. But we're just seeing a person in the moment, and we don't know how and when a person is going to change. So 5 years from now, 10 years from now, maybe there's something that you said that you don't even remember saying was the thing that the person held on to as a kind of a string. And then that's the thing that ultimately became a feedback loop that got them to move towards that best version of themselves. For those of you who have been at our previous training, I always show that video of Eleanor Longden, right? You've seen that video where she talks about, she's a person that had very, very severe psychosis. And she went to go see a doctor, and she just had a very brief interaction with him, but he said, don't give up. It's always darkest before the dawn. I think that you're going to be okay. She held on to that one thing because everybody else around her was saying that a complete disaster had happened, that she was sick, that she was a broken person. One person came into her life and said, hey, I think you're going to be okay. She hung on to that one thing through all the difficulty, right? Now, if we would have met Eleanor at that time, we probably thought, yeah, she's probably pretty screwed. It's probably going to be this way for her for the rest of her life. But she was able to make change, right? And then she became a person. She eventually went on to get her doctorate. She got her doctorate in psychology, and she developed this amazing approach for working with voices. So we don't know how and when a person's going to change, but we want to keep our nervous systems regulated through support and through good self-management skills so that we can be there for that person. The other thing is that when a person's really struggling like that, then they're in the engagement phase. And that's when the team needs to be working with that, not the COD specialist alone, right? That's an engagement issue because the person's in early treatment. So as a team, we need to be thinking about working with that person, not putting one person on the hook for it. And that's another way in which we can keep ourselves from getting burned out. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. Great stuff, Stetson. Thanks for bringing that up. All right, let's talk about your brain and your brain on drugs. Okay, so we've talked about how addiction occurs as the outcome of changes that occur in the central nervous system in terms of adaptive strategies. Now we're going to turn to the use of drugs so that we've got a understanding of drug use as a biological factor. So In addition to being learned adaptive behaviors, there are also physiological adaptations that are initiated by drug use. And this results in how the limbic functions, the emotional parts of your brain are being hijacked, and in particular, circuits related to motivation and threat, and how this leads to escalating feedback loops that create more and more dysfunction, which will include the pharmacological criteria of tolerance and withdrawal. So I like to be as informative as possible here for you who are interested in these topics, but most importantly, what I really want you to use this information for is for your understanding. It's important for you to have a model and a way of understanding this. And I also want for you to be able to talk to your clients about it. So when we're talking about the clinical skill that's related to the kind of conversation that we're going to have, it's really around psychoeducation. And psychoeducation, that's just a fancy way of saying that you'll be able to explain stuff. So when I start giving rationales for providing the kind of psychoeducation that we're going to be talking about here, the way in which I bring it up is that I say to my clients, you know what, we weren't given an owner's manual of the human nervous system when we were born, but now here we are as an adults. And if we can learn a thing or two about how we were put together, how evolution put us together, and a little bit about our own functioning, then we're going to be a lot more effective with moving ourselves towards whatever best version of ourselves there is. And the other thing that I always like to make a point of is that human beings have been using drugs now for hundreds and thousands of years. So clearly, we're using them as a type of tool. So we've got to understand drugs as being a human powerful technology that directly alters our nervous system. Now, I'm not anti-drugs. I want that to be very, very clear here. They can and they do bring tremendous benefit in our lives. But like any other tool, you can easily injure yourselves on it. Right? So I say to my clients, you know, like imagine that you were given a chainsaw, right? At whatever age you first started using drugs. And the only instruction that you were given was how to start it. Like, what do you think that the chances would be then that you wouldn't eventually injure yourself on it? Probably not very likely, right? So we're given a powerful tool. We're often start using that powerful tool at a very young age when we don't understand the pros and cons of using it. It's actually happening to us. And then as a result, we have a tendency to get injured. Okay, so when we're thinking about this, don't want you to walk away from this with just a bunch of impressive Latin sounding names or with like the name of street drugs, you know, you impress somebody by saying ice. That's not really what I want to happen here. What I want is for you to be able to talk to your clients about their own bodies and how those drugs then interact with their bodies so they can start making more informed choices about how they can now manage themselves as an adult. Now, the point I've been making here is that your bodies and your brains form a complex dynamic and, most of all, an intelligent system that's always trying to do right by us. And that system is remarkably resilient. And as soon as we start trying to do right by it, then inevitably we and our bodies are going to start naturally moving towards that best version of ourselves that's at the heart of recovery. So again, don't want you to worry about memorizing things here. What I really want you to do is to focus on the functioning and for you to start gaining a pragmatic understanding that you can share with the people that you work with. Now, we can remove a lot of shame and guilt around substance use. And even more important, we can make things far more workable around addiction if we've got a solid foundational model for understanding it. So this is the part of the training, like stay alert here. Want to make sure that you're actually understanding what it is that I'm talking about. So take some notes for yourself. We're going to pause at the end of this and let's have a conversation about it. Okay, so your brain is composed of billions of neurons. These are the fundamental units of the brain and the nervous system. These are all the cells that are responsible for receiving sensory input from the external world, for sending motor commands to the muscles, and for transforming and relaying the electrical signals at every step in between. We've also got these neurotransmitters. These are referred to as the body's chemical messengers. These are the molecules which are used by the nervous system to transmit messages between the neurons. We've also got neuroreceptors. Those are the membrane proteins that are activated by a neurotransmitter when it binds to it. And then finally, to round out the picture here, we've got trillions of synaptic connections, which are the little gaps that are in between the neurons. That's how your neurons talk with each other. Now, just throwing it out this way, right, seems a little bit daunting. But what's actually happening when you really look at it is something that's pretty simple actually. So what I'm going to do here starting out is I'm going to give you a metaphor for you to understand it in a more technical way, which is fairy lights that are flashing and blinking together in a Christmas light display. And then I'm going to give you an even more simplified metaphor to share with your clients, which is the song on the radio metaphor. But I want to start out with the Christmas display one, because this gives us a better technical understanding of what's actually happening. So think about fairy lights, right? Fairy lights are strung together and they blink together in certain patterns that are based on an electrical current that's running through the wire. And there's a circuit in that wire that's going to dictate how it's going to blink, right? So maybe you've got some that are blinking more rapidly or some that are more slowly. Maybe you've got a bunch that are blinking in succession, right? Or maybe they're all blinking together, right? But there's going to be some kind of a pattern that those neurons are going to be blinking in the Christmas display that we can look at and we can recognize, right? So hopefully everybody's got that, right? Christmas lights, right? You know what that is. Now, your neurons are doing something very similar. They're going to be strung together via synapses, or these small gaps that are between the neurons, and they're going to fire together in pathways that are based on the electrical impulses that run through the neurons and the chemical messages that are passed between the neurons. Well, those are going to act in a very similar way that the circuit does in those fairy string lights. So the way of understanding this is that the individual lights are going to be like the individual neurons. The string of fairy lights blinking in a pattern, those are like the pathways of neurons that are also firing in patterns. And the chemical messengers, or the chemical language that programs how this whole thing works, those are the neurotransmitters and the neuroreceptors that the neurotransmitters bind to. These are going to act in a very similar way that that circuit does in the fairy light wire. It's going to tell your neurons how to blink. Okay, so this is the basic model. This is a very basic way to understand. It's simplified, but it's a good way for us to understand what's happening here. If we take a closer look at it, take a look at the illustration here. You can see that there on the top that there's a presynaptic neuron and there's a postsynaptic neuron on the bottom. The little gap that's in between those is very, very, very small gap. In fact, I used to think that these were all just, one long strand, one gigantic cell, but there are these little gaps that are between each one of the neurons. They're tiny. So when the presynaptic neuron fires, it releases a neurotransmitter, and that would be something like dopamine or serotonin or something like that. There's about 10 of these that do most of the action in the central nervous system. And then it binds with a receptor on the postsynaptic neuron. So it's described as being like a key fitting into a lock. That's going to influence the rate at which the next neuron is going to fire. So if it makes the neuron more likely to fire, that's excitatory. Where it makes it less likely to fire, that's inhibitory. But that's all the neurotransmitters are doing. They're making it more or less likely that they're going to fire. Now, what that does is that establishes patterns, right? It establishes patterns in the nervous system. You've got neurons that are firing together in certain patterns. So keep in mind that that's not only the neurotransmitter that's doing this, but it's the specific receptor that it's binding to. So they're going to work as a pair together. It's a little bit like the same key fitting into different locks. So for example, dopamine is going to bind to 5 different types of dopamine receptors. It's going to bind to D1, D2, D3, D5. That's going to dictate how the transmitter is going to function, right? So there's one neurotransmitter, but there's lots of different receptors that it can bind to that create these different patterns in the nervous system. Okay, so this is how it's programmed. And just like if you combine a bunch of fairy light strings together, you can create recognizable patterns. Like say, maybe you've got Santa Claus that's waving hello. Maybe you've got some reindeer running. Your neurons are going to fire together, creating patterns or actions that then correlate with your experience. So they correlate with your experience of thinking, cognition, affect, attention, sensation, and so on. And some of these functions, as it turns out, you really like, right? So you'd probably like to experience, say, something like pleasure on the regular, right? You generally like that. Most of us probably wouldn't say no if somebody walked up to us and said, hey, here's some pleasure. Would you like some? Yeah, we'd probably say yes. Okay, so getting back to dopamine, when it binds to the D2 receptor in the mesolimbic pathway, which we're going to be talking about here coming up, that correlates with the subjective state of drive or motivation. And we experience that as being pleasurable, right? The thing that drives you towards something, that effortless feeling of doing something. Now, again, the super fancy word for this is appetitive, meaning that this is a feeling that we like and we would like to have more of. And appetitive is one of two hedonic states. Any guesses on what the other one then would be? That would be aversive, right? That's all the feelings that you don't like and you wouldn't like to have, right? And so this feeling that makes doing something effortless, that's where the pleasure comes from. And again, it makes sense, right? Because your nervous system is a big metabolic user of resources. So to get it to move and to do anything requires a lot of energy to run. So you've got to have something that's going to drive that forward. And it's got to feel good so that you'll keep on doing it. Now, when the presynaptic neuron fires, it's going to release dopamine neurotransmitters into the synapse. That's going to bind with the receptors on the postsynaptic neuron. That creates a pattern. It's binding with the D2 receptor. And it creates a certain kind of patterning, certain way in which the neurons are going to fire together. Now, again, it's easy to get lost in all of the Greek here, but you don't need to know all about the wiring of the fairy light strings to know that, hey, oh yeah, that's Santa Claus that's waving hello at you. And similarly, you don't need to understand how all of the wiring of your nervous system works in great detail. What you need to understand is what the functions are. So what do psychoactive drugs do? Well, drugs are these protein molecules that we ingest. They cross the blood-brain barrier, and then they start interacting with the communication process of those neurotransmitters and those receptors. Now, this can get confusing for people. What they're not doing is creating anything new in and of themselves, right? They're not creating any new pathways. They're interacting with already established ones. What they do is they either enhance the action of neurotransmitters or they're going to decrease it. So what it's really like is like making the lights brighter or dimmer. You're not creating any new patterns. What you're doing is amplifying or diminishing existing patterns that already exist in the nervous system. So we call drugs that enhance patterns agonists and drugs that diminish the signal antagonists, right? So it's going to increase or decrease already established functions of the nervous system. Okay. So I'm going to show you my infamous two-handed model of how this is working in your nervous system. Has anybody seen me do this before? Presynaptic and postsynaptic neuron? Okay, so what I suggest is that if you feel like that at any point in time, you think that this information might be useful for your client, is that you go ahead and you do this. You go through the effort of establishing the same circuits in your brain that are in my brain, and that we do this together. So I want to see at least one person's hand up, so you don't leave me hanging here. Okay, so this is your presynaptic neuron. This is your postsynaptic neuron. And they're going to work together as a pair, okay? Now, you've got a signal that's coming down here, and it comes to this place that's got a beautiful French name. It's called the terminal bouton. And that's where the neurotransmitters are going to be packaged. So when the electrical signal comes down here, it pops those open, and then they travel out of the presynaptic neuron into this small gap that's between my two hands, right? Now, they're going to bind with a neuroreceptor on the other side. So I'm going to represent that with my thumb. Okay, so you got the thumb out there, and your neurotransmitters, they love the thumb. They want to interact with it. And then that's going to dictate how this postsynaptic neuron is going to fire, because they're talking to each other, right? Now, you've got a bunch of these that are happening because at the same time, because it's electricity. So all of this is happening across different neurons at the same time, establishing these patterns. Those are the neural pathways. Now, because I can't reproduce what's actually happening, right? I can't say, okay, now experience pleasure. And we can go, oh yeah, that's what these neurons are doing when dopamine is interacting with D2. But I can use a word to represent it. So the action is going to be Yahoo, right? That's what happens when dopamine is binding with D2 in the mesolimbic pathway. Yahoo, okay? Now, what happens when I use drugs? Well, the same thing is happening. It's still Yahoo, but let's say that I go out and I use some of the meth, right? Which is a dopamine agonist. What's that going to do? That's going to turn up the Yahoo, right? So now instead of having a Yahoo, what do I have? Does somebody want to do it for me? Whitney did it. Yahoo! Still the same Yahoo, right? Okay. Now, that Yahoo was pretty intense, right? It's kind of made some of you probably feel a little bit uncomfortable. Oh, that Yahoo was too intense. What's Jeff doing? I'd like to turn that down a little bit, right? So now I can use a dopamine antagonist so that I can turn it down, right? I can diminish the signaling in the central nervous system, the same Yahoo, but instead of a Yahoo, which is freaking everybody out, I can then make a Yahoo instead, okay? Same thing is happening in my nervous system. I'm just able to turn it up and I'm able to turn it down, right? That's the only thing that's happening here. That's what drugs are doing in your nervous system. So again, there are things that we like, right? A Yahoo is good, but let's turn it up to 11 and have a Yahoo. That's even better. At least that's what we think. Your nervous system actually knows how to do it perfectly, but sometimes we like to fiddle with the dial. Okay. Okay, so here we look at the list again, focus on the functions, don't focus necessarily on memorizing things. Like dopamine, your other neurotransmitters have functions that are working in a similar way. And these functions have things that the work that they're doing for us that would be useful for us, right? So in this chart, we see some of the functions that are associated with the neurotransmitters. And again, the thing that's most important for us to understand then is going to be those functions, both the neurotransmitters and the drugs, not necessarily their names. So drugs, again, they're tools that do work for us. So we want to focus on what's the type of work that they're doing. So dopamine is something that increases alertness, drive. Again, it's associated with pleasure, but the way in which we get that pleasure is through the effortless feeling of doing something, right? We're drawn towards something. We like that. Feels good. Serotonin is a serenic, right? So that's the thing that's more associated with satisfaction and feeling good. It's also the thing that makes you feel full, right? So if we turn up serotonin, then it's going to be more associated with as a serenic, right? And if we really turn it up, then it can really feel good, right? That's what happens with drugs like ecstasy. Opioids reduce pain, right? And pain, again, is something that we don't like, so that if we take that away, it feels good. Acetylcholine is something that helps with memory. It also decreases heart rate. It's a great way to regulate the nervous system, which is why nicotine is such a well-used drug. It's because it works with not only creating memories, but it also does other things for the nervous system. It's a pretty amazing regulatory tool. Glutamate is like the rocket fuel of the central nervous system. That's associated with learning as well. And then we've got gamma aminobutyric acid. I know that's kind of a big mouthful, so we just shorten that to being GABA. That's the primary brake for the neurotransmitters. Its action is to hush and to quiet the nervous system. So a general rule here is that certain neurotransmitters are friends. They like to work together. So if you mess with one, essentially you're messing with the other one. So dopamine and serotonin and norepinephrine, these are monoamine oxidates, which means that they're kind of like cousins. They like to run in packs together. So if you mess with one, you're messing with all the other ones, right? Glutamate and GABA have an even closer relationship. GABA is actually a metabolite of glutamate. So they're like brother and sister fraternal twins. They have a direct reciprocal relationship on each other. We'll see why that's important in a second. Okay, so you can see here then that drugs are going to act as agonists or antagonists for the various neurotransmitters. So we've got amphetamine and cocaine. These are going to be our primary dopamine agonists. This is what's giving us the big Yahoo. And they're also going to act on their cousins, norepinephrine and serotonin as well. Now, with serotonin, the ones that are the primary agonists here are going to be drugs like LSD and other psychedelics like MDMA, like ecstasy. GABA agonists are going to be alcohol primarily and benzodiazepines. Opioid agonists would be things like heroin and painkillers like oxy, fentanyl, and cannabinoid agonists, that would be marijuana. Nicotine is acetylcholine and so on. Now, you see what's happening here is that mostly with drugs of abuse, what we're trying to do is to turn something up, right? Trying to turn up certain kinds of experiences because they feel good. And as we turn up these kinds of experiences, right, you get Santa Claus that's really waving hello. And that's the thing that is brightly lit up. Then maybe that sad image of Frosty the Snowman that's melting, you know, that's going to recede off into the distance. So it would be great and awesome if we could just turn up these neurotransmitters, turn them up and down, and that was that. But unfortunately, when we do that, that's not the case. The neurotransmitters are doing a lot of different work. They're doing a lot of different actions depending on where they bind, right? So it's not just D2 that the dopamine receptor is binding to. It's binding to D1, D2, D3, D4, D5. There's a lot of different work that one neurotransmitter is doing in your nervous system. So drugs are going to interact with everywhere where dopamine is going to do its work. So it's not going to just be the patterns that we want to turn up. They're also going to affect patterns that are created at different sites where neurotransmitters are doing their work. So in general, you can say that there's always going to be two problems that are going to come along with drug use. And those are going to be the unintended side effects and also the phenomena of tolerance and withdrawal. Okay, so this brings us to drugs that are going to have the most impact on our clients because of the ways in which the neurotransmitters affect the symptoms of severe mental illness. Dopamine agonists like amphetamine and cocaine, these will turn up the effects of psychosis. So if you didn't have psychosis before, that's going to be much more likely to be triggered. And if you've got psychosis now, then it's going to get a lot worse. Cannabis is another drug that can increase psychosis for a lot of people that are using it and that we're working with. And it's recently been identified as one of the predisposing factors for psychosis, right? Especially where the person is using that before the age of 15. Psychedelics are going to amplify, obviously, psychosis for good or for ill, right? It's good if you can turn it off, but maybe not so good if you can't. And then we've got alcohol and benzodiazepines. These are a little bit less straightforward. Both of these drugs enhance the action of GABA. And as I said previously, GABA has a reciprocal relationship with glutamate, so they affect each other, right? It can amplify the action of glutamate, which is associated with psychosis, increasing psychosis. Opioid use as well has a massive detrimental impact as well, especially when its use is combined with stimulants like methamphetamine and cocaine. Okay. So we're going to start talking a little bit more specifically about those drugs. We're going to start out with amphetamine and cocaine. These are both dopamine agonists. And we want to explore the ways in which their use hijacks these motivational circuits in the brain. So your motivational circuits are actually some of the most ancient hardware in your brain. They go back all the way to the first multicellular worms, right? So you say that desire was really the thing that first caused living things to move forward in this world or to move in this world. So I like to call these circuits in the brain our worm brain because they originated with the first multicellular form of life that moved. So any organism that moved now is going to have a variation of this as part of their nervous system. Okay, so these are the mesolimbic, oh, excuse me. Yeah, sorry, got ahead of myself. Okay, so these are going to be the mesolimbic, mesocortical, and the nigrostriatal dopamine pathways. And what these do is they essentially run on a simple prediction algorithm that's going to be programmed by that dopamine in your neurons. And what that does is that it helps us anticipate what's going to be helpful for our organism and the environment based on both the genetic learning that's stored in our DNA, but it's also going to be combined with individual experience, right? So we've got all of this learning that's just built in, right? And then we've got all of the ways in which we learn to do things through our own individual experience. So when we get something that's good or desirable, then what's going to happen is that these pathways are going to start to create a template. It's going to start to encode models of behavior that's based on that algorithm, which includes what to pay attention to, how to coordinate motor functions of the body to move towards it, And then when those programs are activated, when the template's activated, you can then engage in those behaviors that are going to feel both effortless and pleasurable to you. That's the way in which it works. So when you've got behaviors that are consistent with what it is that you truly value, and you engage in behaviors that are consistent with them, then what's going to happen? Well, those circuits are going to operate in the way in which they were designed to operate, which is to move you effortlessly in a life forward direction, even if the steps that you're taking in the moment might be difficult, challenging, or complex. You see how this works? So the thing is that we can get direct access to our worm brain through our personal values, or we could just do it through drugs of abuse, right? We could just use drugs like methamphetamine, which also triggers those same circuits. But the thing that we can't avoid is what? We can't avoid the side effects, and we can't avoid the phenomena of tolerance and withdrawal. Okay. So let me just bring these pathways up in the brain so that we can talk about them. And we're going to start out with looking at that mesolimbic pathway. That's the one that there in purple. And this is what we refer to as being the reward circuit. Again, that's a dopamine-rich center of neurons that emerges from a place there in the brainstem down towards the bottom there. That's called the ventral tegmental area. And that projects neurons into the nucleus accumbens. Again, that's part of the limbic or the emotional part of the brain. So in that pathway, dopamine, again, it's binding to a D2 receptor, and it's acting as an excitatory neuron. So when that circuit is activated, then again, it correlates to that experience of reward or emotional drive. And these pathways were originally discovered, for those of you who might be curious, by James Old. He's the one that discovered that mice will self-administer electric shots to that VTA to get that feeling of reward. So that's how this was discovered. That circuit is amplified then by methamphetamine and cocaine, right? That's the rat that maybe some of you were old enough to remember that was pressing the trigger in those commercials that were supposed to scare you about cocaine, but everybody thought, oh, that's awesome, I should find some cocaine. Okay, so that's going to result in the direct enhanced experience of reward and pleasure that comes with it. So that's the desired effect of the drug. But notice that the person is also doing something with their bodies. We aren't just brains floating in space. We have bodies that are doing something, right? We have behaviors that we're engaging in environments. So again, if you're doing methamphetamine and you're at a party, and if you're having a great time at the party, then you're going to be positively reinforced for the behavior of drug use, and you're going to make that association, right? It's kind of a double whammy, because the experience of taking the drug results in the direct stimulation of that reward circuit, but also the behavior of taking the drug is going to be reinforced by whatever's positively reinforcing it in the context or the environment in which the behavior is occurring. And we also have those same environmental cues that are now resulting in what? Respondent conditioning as well, right? So just as importantly here, these reinforcing experiences creates memories, right? So that we know to do that amazing thing again. That's why we remember it. Your nervous system is keeping track. That then provides the inner stimulus for further drug use behavior, even though those initially pleasurable experiences, as we talked about before, aren't maybe necessarily being experienced as being pleasurable as the person's doing them now. Now, what's also true about the mesolimbic pathway is that when it starts to get overstimulated, it has a tendency to precipitate or to exacerbate the positive symptoms of psychosis. There's also a correlation there. Not only that, it's also affecting all of the other dopamine pathways in the brain. So in this example, it's also amplifying the action of the mesocortical pathway in orange. That correlates to attention. So again, these are all working together. So a person is going to be more likely, when they're then amplifying that, they're going to become much more likely to become obsessive and fixated. So what do we see with methamphetamine use? Person starts becoming obsessive and fixated on things. That's how that happens. Now, in the nigrostriatal pathway, which is there in teal, that correlates with movement. So this is where you've got all of the movement disorders, like the dyskinesias, the dystonias, the type of stereotypic behaviors, like the tics that you see that come with stimulant use. That's because that pathway is being overstimulated. So you've got the desired effect of the drug, but you've also got its side effects. And remember, with any drug, there's always going to be side effects, because the neurotransmitters all have multiple actions that are going to be based on their receptors, not just the ones that we're hoping to enhance or diminish. So it's really important to understand that drug use itself isn't actually creating any new functions of the brain. It's all Yahoo. It's just amplifying existing ones. So what I say to my clients is this is a little bit like turning up a song on the radio, right? It's just a louder song. It's not a different song. So drugs are actually fairly crude compared to your nervous system. Your nervous system knows the perfect volume to enjoy the songs. Drugs are just like your annoying friend that's going to turn the volume up to 11, right? So louder isn't necessarily better, it's just louder. Now, extending this analogy a little bit, if you turn up a song on the radio, you're not just going to turn up the bits that you like, right? You got to turn up the whole song. So let's say that you like a song's vocals, but the guitar really sucks, right? Let's say that you love Stairway to Heaven. What you really like is the amazing drum work that John Bottom is doing, right? Oh my God, it's such a great song. But as it turns out, Robert Plant drives you crazy. You can't stand his vocals. Well, you really want to hear the amazing drums, and you know, it's a great song, but if you want to turn up the song, you're going to also have to turn up Robert Plant's amazingly irritating vocals and the trashy lyrics that he wrote for that song. That gets turned up as you turn up the song on the radio, right? So the side effects are the crappy vocals, right? The awful lyrics that come with that song. It's just the amplification of existing functions of the neurotransmitters that you didn't intend and that you don't want. Now, as I mentioned before, neurotransmitters also have a reciprocal relationship that increasingly will become more imbalanced with drug use. So glutamate that's associated with learning is going to be released with dopamine as part of the mapping that the brain does. It's a very complex system, right? Your nervous system's doing all this work for you. So as dopamine becomes more depleted between the use of substances, then the person's going to become increasingly motivated by the implicit learning that was created by the dopamine, all of that respondent learning for you to use drugs again. And this is going to make the person more susceptible to those respondent associations, the persons, places, and things that are going to cue drug use behavior. Now, the other thing that happens here is that as these circuits become activated, there are certain circuits that when they become activated, they're going to shut down your prefrontal cortex, which is where your attention lives and where your executive function lives. So that's your ability to make good decisions, right? So there are some things that your nervous system thinks, oh no, we need to act instinctively. We don't need to be acting trying to figure things out, right? So there are going to be certain circuits in the brain that as the person starts these escalating feedback loops, which are going to make them much more likely to make bad decisions because their prefrontal cortex is coming offline. Okay. Now, keep in mind that when the body experiences threat, it's going to move to address it through attack or avoidance. So drugs are one of the primary avoidance strategies then. It's a way from fleeing away from certain kinds of experience. Move towards, move away, inhibit movement. One of the primary avoidance strategies moving away then for somebody is trying to move away from aversive experience is going to be drug use behavior. And then further complicating this is the fact that the body's producing something that's called corticotrypsin releasing hormone, or CFR. And that's the precursor to cortisol, which will also trigger our good friend dopamine, gets released in the nervous system into those pathways to help metabolize out that CRF, because it can be neurotoxic if it's not metabolized out of the brain. And again, this is going to result in what? Well, it's dopamine. So it's going to result in triggering intense craving or the desire for drug use. And it's also going to work on the mesocortical pathway there by fixating the addicted individual on environmental cues that are related to drug use, filtering out other stimuli. And what this means is that we're going to automatically desire drugs and cue addictive behaviors under stress. So now you might start getting a pretty good idea of why that meth user that we talked about before has made all of these adaptations so that they've eliminated all of their distractions besides doing what they need to do to use more meth. Okay, so craving's not a matter of weak will or character. It occurs as trigger responses to stress. And stress and craving leads to decreased functioning, as I said before, in the frontal cortex, so that the person is going to be much less likely to make good decisions. Now, Most of this is reversible.
Real quick, we got a quick question here.
Yeah, let's pause.
Quick question in the chat. So if the brain knows the right amount of chemicals and drugs just run the volume up, what about brains that may not regulate chemicals naturally in the brain due to disorders or conditions?
Yeah,
And
so there's this idea that's out here, and it's based on sort of this previous understanding that we had of the nervous system, that it functions a little bit like a machine. So there can be right levels of things and then wrong levels of things, a little bit like understanding your nervous system to be like pistons firing in an engine, right? So you can have too much oil, which is going to make that system not run very well. You can have too little oil. Again, that's going to solve a problem. That's going to create a problem, but your nervous system isn't really like that. What it's doing is it's responding to environmental cues. It's an open adaptive system that's learning. So this idea that you could have too much neurotransmission or too little neurotransmission is not probably the best way to understand it. The best way to understand it is that there's variations in nervous systems, right? Lots of different variations in the human nervous system, because we're one of the most adaptive species on the planet. That's what's made us such an amazing species. So there's going to be variations of nervous systems. And the brain isn't doing anything wrong. It's just running on a unique pattern. Left to its own devices and in the right environment, that adaptation that it's made could be perfectly fine. But where some people are more, prone to breaking down because of stress, or they're not experiencing as much neurosignaling in that reward circuit, then when they use those drugs, then the effects of those drugs are going to be highly amplified. So it's not as though that there was a quote unquote chemical imbalance. There was a variation in that person's nervous system. Does that make sense? You got to take a step back, and you've got to look at the human species as having lots of variation, which is useful for the human species. But those very same adaptations for the individual person might be difficult and challenging in all sorts of different ways. For the species, it's good because it's adaptive. For the individual, sometimes it's a problem. And sometimes some of these variations can get exposed, like when somebody, say, smokes crack for the first time. Oh my God, what an amazing experience. Really great question. Whitney?
Yeah, so just to clarify that question a little bit. So if people there's this natural variation in nervous systems, and some people have more active dopamine receptors than others, or less active receptors than others, and that affects the amount of, or probably serotonin receptors, that affects the amount of pleasure they experience in their day-to-day life, and that is dysfunctional to them.
Yes, it can be very, very challenging. Yeah, for sure. So
that's not a chemical imbalance, but we would consider that like something, an adverse variation, like a disruptive variation.
Yeah, but we can't get part of this model is a social and adaptive one. So the thing that we're not clear about is that if we put that same person in a different environment, would their experience be different? Right? We don't know that because we're just in the environments that we find ourselves in, the world that we've created for ourselves. That's where we find ourselves. So variations of the nervous system that might be struggling a little bit more with that particular environment, we don't know how it would be in a different environment. And that's why the trap of something like a chemical imbalance can be conceptually not very helpful, right? Because it's the context that's important. And we don't understand how that variation of a nervous system would be in a different context. We just don't know. But what we do know is that certain drugs can help, right? So again, do not make the mistake that I'm anti-drugs, right? There are some things like, say, for example, somebody that has a variation of their nervous system where there's not the same executive functioning, like taking a drug that increases dopamine activity in the mesocortical dopamine pathway, which increases that, is probably a pretty good idea, right? It could really help that person, right? where there is a person is experiencing the kind of dysregulation that's happening in the mesolimbic dopamine system, where they're more prone to a psychotic experience, might be great if we just turn that down a little bit. If we use some chemicals to do that, that would be awesome. And that could help that person out quite a bit, right? So drugs are tools. They're tools. And I think drugs are amazing. But I also understand that they're dangerous. People can and do get injured by them, right? So there's always a cost and a benefit that a person pays for using drugs. And that's what I'm trying to get you to understand here, right? Drugs themselves are tools. They're neutral. They're like a chainsaw. Chainsaws can be very helpful, right? A sharp knife in one context can be the very tool that you need to make, say, like an amazing carving. Oh, look at this amazing carving I made with my very sharp knife. It's also the same thing that can slit your throat. Okay, so please understand drugs as being tools, and understand your nervous system as being an open adaptive system with variations. It's theme and variation. It's a much more workable way of understanding what's happening than machines breaking down, or drug use as being a type of moral failure, or what happens to your nervous system as being a type of disease. Great question.
That was helpful. That was just sort of giving a more, the whole model you're teaching us is very adaptive and non-judgmental, and very like appreciative of how adaptive our nervous systems are.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so people really get stigmatized around this, right? Because what do most people take away from a drug addiction? The person that's using, what do they mostly take away from that? What do we tell them as a society?
That they can't change, that they're worthless, that they're, disposable.
They're bad, they're broken,
hopeless.
they're making choices, destructive choices in their lives. Why would they do
want to shoo them away.
Right. And then how do we treat them? Well, we try to punish them, right? And then if we have a more enlightened model, we might say, well, you're a broken person, right? Well, that's a step up for sure. We can certainly do a lot better.
I always tell them they're perfect just the way they are.
Yeah.
We just want to help them make better choices or better, live better.
Yeah. There was this great saying that was said by a Zen master once, which is, you are all perfect just the way you are. And you could also improve quite a bit as well. So that's the kind of perspective that we want to take, right? Nothing has necessarily gone wrong here. There's just been a dangerous tool interacting with a naive individual. Okay. It's going to screw me up. Okie doke. Let's get those guys. Okay. Now, drugs can also work, again, as being negative reinforcers. And that means that by the removal of an aversive or unpleasant stimuli, that makes the behavior going to be more, it's going to make the behavior more likely to occur again, right? It's the way that reinforcement works. So I want to look here a little bit at the primary drugs that do this kind of work for us and leave us the most susceptible actually to injury, which are going to be alcohol, benzos, benzodiazepines, and opioids. So starting out here with alcohol and benzodiazepines, these drugs are also an agonist like amphetamine, but what they're working on is increasing the signaling of GABA, right? So instead of turning up Yahoo, what GABA turns up is that's the basic function that it has in your nervous system. It can be kind of fun for your clients if you come up with variations of each one of what these drugs do. Anyways, that's what I do with my clients. So is what you get with GABA. So its overall action then is to quiet or to hush the central nervous system. And that might be a little bit counterintuitive, because instead of creating excitement, what GABA is doing is it's acting as an anxiolytic or a hypnotic. It's so it relaxes you and it puts you to sleep. Now, because anxiety and sleeplessness are also aversive experiences, when we take those away by engaging in a drug use behavior, then that behavior is going to become negatively reinforced. Alcohol is an interesting drug because it also works on our cousins of norepinephrine, dopamine, and serotonin. It's kind of like the ultimate drug. That's why human beings have been so drawn to that particular drug. Interestingly, benzodiazepines, they don't, right? So they are more specifically targeting GABA. So unlike most other drugs of abuse, it's not directly affecting the dopamine pathways in the same way. So it's not necessarily creating a pleasant experience, it's just taking away unpleasant experiences. And we also find that pleasant to be, right? And that's reinforcing, and that can lead to addictive behavior, right? So these are mother's little helpers. They're not having a big dramatic effect, seemingly, but they're doing a lot of work in your nervous system. They're really turning up that Now, as the body adapts more and more to drugs, it's going to become more vulnerable to drugs. So when the body begins to metabolize the drugs, if the person isn't keeping up with the pace of the metabolizing process, then they're going to go into withdrawal, and they're going to experience the aversive states that go along with withdrawal. So what withdrawal is, and we're going to go into this a little bit more in detail here in a second, it's just the exposure of all the changes in the body. It's the exposure, rather, of the changes that the body has made to adapt to the drug use. So it essentially becomes a self-generated reinforcement schedule, because the person's going to try to increasingly use drugs to stop from getting sick or having all of those aversive experiences around withdrawal, what's happening with withdrawal use, right? So they're going to be using those drugs to avoid something rather than the positive effect of the drugs themselves. Hope that made sense. Okay. Now, opioid drugs bind to opioid receptors, which are found on cells in the brain, but also in the spinal cord and other organs in the body that are picking up pain signals. And there's three main types of opioid receptors. Those are the mu, delta, and kappa. Each one of these, again, they have different functions, different ways in which they're doing work in your nervous system. So opioids have the greatest affinity for the mu receptor, and that's primarily responsible for their analgesic and euphoric effects. So when opioids bind to that mu opioid receptor, it's going to inhibit its action, which is transmitting pain signals across the nervous system. And so then, like alcohol, opioids, excuse me. So that's one of the primary actions that it has. But like alcohol, opioids also increase dopamine signals. They do it through an indirect process by increasing endorphins. So what the effect is, though, is going to be indirectly to increase dopamine signaling in the reward circuit. So the higher the doses, in higher doses, opioids can also, as we know, it can depress the activity of the central nervous system. That results in breathing slowing down and potentially leads to a hypoxic state where the person's not getting enough oxygen. And this is the cause of death in opioid overdoses. So the commonly abused forms of opioids are going to include heroin, fentanyl, and then painkillers that are available legally by prescription, like oxycodone, hydrocodone, codeine, morphine, and so forth. The drug that, as we're all aware of, that's causing the most problem right now is fentanyl. And fentanyl is a synthetic opioid that's 50 to 100 times more potent than morphine. Because you remember in our original conversation, we talked about the effects of drugs, their potency and how they're ingested really greatly will influence their biological action on your nervous system. Okay, so the fentanyl crisis is something that's escalated over the last several years. We just recently had a didactic at our PACT Echo, and I don't know if I don't think we actually ended up with a recording with that, but maybe that's something that we can do again. Fentanyl is something that's really super important for us to know about and to be talking to our clients about it, because primary issue with fentanyl, again, is that it's 50 to 100 times more potent than morphine. And that makes the risk of overdose extremely high. And that's particularly true when a person is consuming it thinking that it's a less potent opioid, like when it's mixed with heroin or cocaine, often without the person knowing. And that's done to increase the euphoric effects. Or it's put in counterfeit pills to look like other prescription opioids or benzos. but there's been several waves of fentanyl, and now people are increasingly actually looking for fentanyl, the drug, which is incredibly dangerous. Okay, so the last drug that I want to talk here about is cannabis, and our good friend THC is the psychoactive agent there that's found in cannabis, and it's an agonist that boosts the signaling of cannabinoid receptors. So cannabis is something that is widely considered to be a drug that causes little harm and has many more benefits than the problems that it might cause. Now, I'm not here to debate that particular issue. What I want to do is just talk a little bit about what's true when it comes to co-occurring disorders and its relationship with psychosis. So cannabis is still a drug, and like any other drug, it can and it does create the possibility for injury. So the exact mechanism by which cannabis leads to psychosis is still something that's not fully understood. It's done through studies of people who have used the drug, but the actual pharmacological action and its action upon upon the actual neural pathways in the brain is something that is still being studied. One possibility is that it might indirectly increase dopamine, and we've been pretty exhaustive about discussing what happens there. Another possibility is that cannabis might cause damage in the brain's white matter, and white matter is made up of nerve fibers that connect different parts of the body. And these fibers are important for transmitting signals between different parts of the brain, thought to be involved in a number of cognitive functions, which include attention, memory, and decision-making. And cannabis use has been shown to damage white matter when it's being used. And that can lead to psychotic symptoms in people that are already at risk for the disorder. So the American Journal of Psychiatry found that people that use cannabis before the age of 15 were 4 times more likely to develop schizophrenia later, which is a massive number if you think about it. 4 times more likely to develop schizophrenia later in life than those who didn't use cannabis. And this increased risk was dose dependent, meaning that the more cannabis that a person was using before the age of 15, then the greater risk that they had of developing schizophrenia. So these are risks that are important for people to understand about cannabis use. And from there, then people can make up their own mind about whether they want to be ingesting that particular substance. Now, along with the rest of your body, what your nervous system is doing is that it's maintaining homeostasis, which is just a fancy way of saying that it's maintaining the conditions of life. So that's going to include neurotransmitters. And so it's going to be adaptive and responsive to whatever inputs, whatever outside inputs are coming into it, right? Think about it like this. If you drink a lot of liquid, what is your body going to adaptively do as a response?
Go to the bathroom.
You're going to go to the bathroom, right? That's your body being smart. Too much liquids. Hey, let's process through that through the kidneys. You're going to urinate it out, right? So your body's keeping track of these kinds of things. That's what homeostasis is about. It's doing that with your neurotransmitter signaling. It's keeping track of everything. Your nervous system is like Santa Claus, and it always knows what's going on in terms of, is this good? Is this bad? So forth and so on. And then it's going to respond to it. So as we flood the brain with excess signaling into our synapses, then our neurons are then going to make adaptations to maintain homeostasis. And it does this at the level of the genes. So drug use causes our genes to express differently. So with an agonist, the central nervous system is going to respond by decreasing the receptors on the postsynaptic neuron. We call that downregulation. And with an antagonist, it's going to do the opposite, and we call that upregulation. Now, sometimes, as in the case of alcohol and benzodiazepines, it's going to do both, right? Because GABA, the central nervous system brake, and glutamate, the central nervous system accelerator, they work together in tandem. Those are the most plentiful. Those are the 2 neurotransmitters that are doing the most work in your nervous system. So as you are downregulating GABA through it adapting to an increase of GABA signaling, then the glutamate is going to upregulate. And that's what makes this particular class of drugs so dangerous. You can see as the body's adapting, it's going to take more of the drug to have the same effect. And that's our first pharmacological criteria of tolerance. So this a person at risk for a sort of a teeter-totter effect, because then when the drug is suddenly discontinued, then all of the changes are exposed, and the central nervous system is going to get dysregulated until it can adapt back. And that's the second pharmacological criteria of withdrawal. The rate at which a person becomes dependent on those substances is going to be largely genetic. So some people are going to be much more susceptible to dependence than others. Okay. So let me pause here. So again, I know I'm infamous for this. I just love to use my hands to illustrate things. Okay. So we can explain to this client by using a teeter-totter metaphor, right? So imagine that I've got two kids that I'm putting on a teeter-totter. And the kid on this side of the teeter-totter, I start feeding a lot of snacks. What happened to the teeter-totter as a result? Eating that kid more snacks. You see that the teeter-totter is adapting because I'm making that kid larger and way more on one side, right? So the teeter-totter naturally is going to adapt to that by tilting. Now, what's going to happen if I suddenly remove the person on this side that I've made heavier?
They're not flying.
So just going to gently come back to the center and everything is going to be okay? Or do you think that there would be a different consequence?
Different.
Suddenly remove that person and what happens? The nervous system or the teeter-totter is going to tilt in the other direction. And this is exactly what's happening with your nervous system. This is the process of tolerance. This is the process of withdrawal. Okay. The tolerance takes some time. I need to feed that kid on the other side in order to make the teeter-totter go like this. But once I remove that input, once I remove that kid, then it's a rapid change. And it's going to take a little bit of time. I'm going to have to work with this teeter-totter to get it back into balance. Now, the teeter-totter itself is not broken necessarily, right? I mean, sometimes I can get such a massive thing that I've actually damaged the teeter-totter. But in most cases, it's just that the central nervous system needs to have some time in order for it to adapt. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Now, there are some drugs that can be very useful in this regard, right? So Suboxone, for example, is like it's gone, boop, I can put something on the teeter-totter that's just going to balance that out. So drug use has become much more sophisticated over time. So there are ways in which I can work with that teeter-totter, which could include inputs from other drugs. But in general, we need to understand that the nervous system is adaptive, right? So if I've taken away this input, then it's still going to be adapting because that's what it does. And then eventually it's going to bring itself back into equilibrium, go back to where it started. Does that make sense? Okay, so we're bumping up here on the end of the hour. I want to make sure that we've got enough time to maybe talk about this before we head off for a half-an-hour break for lunch. When it comes to withdrawal, the thing to understand is that this phenomena of the nervous system making a rapid reaction to the withdrawal of the drug stimulant, generally speaking, what we're looking is that it's going to be sort of the opposite of the person that was using the drug for, but greatly amplified, right? So it's going to be the opposite of all of the appetitive states and the aversive states that are the opposite of whatever it was that they were using the drug for. So very simply, because I don't have enough time here. I want to actually get into the second part of the training where we're going to talk about what we can do with clients. In general, that's the way that they work. There are some things in common with a lot of withdrawal syndromes, though. And one is an increase in anxiety. The other is an increase in suicidal thoughts. So a person is much more likely to take their own lives in that particular state. Those are the things that we want to really be aware of. The other thing is that, like, when a person's using, say, dopamine, if we've been amping up the nervous system for a long time, the opposite of that is going to be a complete collapse. The other thing to keep in mind about withdrawal and tolerance is that a lot of this is based on how the person is using drugs and the half-life of those drugs. So let's use benzodiazepines, for example. There are some benzodiazepines like Ativan that have a very short half-life, which means that's the amount of time it takes for the body to metabolize it out of your nervous system. So where we've got very short half-lives with Ativan, then we're making the person much more susceptible to this teeter-totter effect because it's occurring much more often in the nervous system. you got a lot of this going on, right? Whereas if I just used a drug that was much more stable in terms of the half-life, then you're not going to get the same effect. So the half-lives have a lot to do with it in terms of withdrawal. That's why cocaine, crack cocaine has a tendency to create much more in terms of withdrawal, at least in the short term, than something like methamphetamine does. The thing about methamphetamine is that it's acting so long in the nervous system, the person keeps on putting in the inputs. So over a long period of time, there are a lot of really dramatic changes that happen in the brain because not necessarily the half-lives, but because of the way in which the potency of the way in which the drugs is working on dopamine. So both of these drugs are going to cause a lot of problems that way, but they do it in different ways. So what we want to be aware of as COD specialists is we want to have some kind of a sense of what the different withdrawal patterns are that are related to these, so that we can help our client understand how to navigate them, because these aversive effects are one of the primary ways in which the person's being conditioned into continuing to use drugs. So long after the drug has had its pleasurable effect, the person's going to continue to use them to avoid this. That's what they're avoiding, and that's why they continue to use the drug. So we need to help them understand what those are, what they can expect, and how they can work through them, because their nervous system is going to adapt back given enough time to do so. And there are certain things that we can do that are going to be able to help them along. So we can help the person bring their prefrontal cortex and the rest of their cerebral cortex back online. That can be a great way to start helping the person regulate themselves. We can also teach them strategies for righting craving, and we can help them reorganize their nervous system through things like breath retraining. All of these are amazingly effective in helping get a much more easy tilt back into regulation. All right, friends, that's it in terms of this part of the training. Before we go on a break, what are your questions? What are your thoughts around this? Hopefully this will generate a little bit of a discussion here, because there's a lot here. When I started learning this stuff, I was like, holy cow, is that really what's happening? Wow. It's amazing.
So we can download all of your, well, it's recording it too. So I
Yeah.
just think that I'm going to have to watch it again, or, just soak it all in. It is a lot.
Yeah, it's a ton. Yeah. So we are recording it, and I'm going to make this available on the dashboard so that you can go back and review it, because I know that it's a lot to ingest.
Right. And I want to learn as much of it as I can.
Yeah.
Jeff, quick question, as you're kind of talking about with the withdrawal stuff, can you talk a little bit about what that would look like in regards to just partnering with nurses and kind of assessing some of that stuff, and even some strategies to kind of work together with those clients? And I'm thinking kind of those clients that are super symptomatic, that might be kind of taking a lot of bandwidth from the team.
Yeah, that's a really great question. I mean, in some ways, the nurses are the most well-suited, right? Because our nurses, you really get this. You know what drugs are doing in the nervous system, right? And you can understand what's happening, how the body's making adaptations to it, right? So I think providing, if I was a nurse, what I would do is that, along with talking about the side effects of the psychotropic medications that are being prescribed, I would also be talking to the rest of the team about drugs of abuse as well. So your nervous system isn't checking for a prescription when it ingests a drug, right? This one was prescribed, so I'm not going to make the adaptation here, but this one wasn't. So I am, right? Your body makes adaptations to these drugs, right? So our nurses do a tremendous job about talking about side effects and what to look for around the around the prescribed medications that the person is taking. But the person's nervous system is making adaptations. It's working on the functions of the person's nervous system, just like drugs that are prescribed do. So why not include this as part of the conversation that we're having with the teams, of getting people to understand how this works, right? so that we can start to remove the stigma around it. And so people can understand what it is that they should be looking for, just like we should be looking for side effects in terms of prescribed medication. We should be looking for the side effects of drugs of abuse as well. We should be including that as part of the conversation. So a person is using a tool. They're putting inputs in their body. They're doing it for specific functional reasons. Now, the primary advantage that we have is that we've got access to drugs that can be very carefully modulated and used in a very precise way. We don't get that same possibility with drugs of abuse. So if we approach drugs sort of from this same perspective, though, as being tools, then we can increase the overall understanding that we have as a team, that they're tools that we use. And there are some of these tools that are being used that are very dangerous, and they're not being used in a way that's very sophisticated, to say the least. Makes sense?
He brought up something, he said assessment. I have had a really hard time with assessments with some of my people. They ask the same question so many times. And so I've had to like shave it down a lot, you know, and answer those questions kind of myself, which is not, I don't know, based on what they said from the previous question.
Oh,
is there
a revised PACT comprehensive assessment?
Right. Is there an assessment that we could use for PACT clients?
Well, that is our assessment. So the thing about the revised PACT comprehensive assessment is that we just give you a lot of questions to ask, because different people have different experiences. So it's useful to ask one person some of these questions, and it would be useful to ask another person some of these questions, but not to ask them all of the same questions.
That's good to know, because I was feeling like, well, it's written here, I have to ask it, right? So, but it asks the same question so many different ways.
Yeah.
And I lose them. A lot of times they're like, I'm not doing this, bye. And I understand that. I wouldn't want to either.
You know, it's funny because I do spend a lot of time talking about this in the training that I do for the revised PACT comprehensive assessment, but I get it. You're all with your teams. Everybody's sort of half asleep or doing their notes or whatever. Nobody's paying attention to the
Right.
But that's, we talk about that quite a bit in terms of that an assessment is just a conversation that you're having with a person to get to know them. So throw aside the idea that assessment is doing anything for you more than you getting to know somebody, right? Now, imagine that you're having a fascinating dinner conversation with somebody because you really like to get to know them. Probably wouldn't have like sheets and sheets of pieces of paper where you're starting to fire questions at them, right? Probably be asking some open-ended questions. They'd probably tailor to the person that you're talking to, so that if you find out that they're a wine connoisseur, for example, you can start asking more questions about that. And not asking them questions about their favorite sports team, because as it turns out, they hate sports, right? So we end up disengaging people through this process, and you want to use the assessment as a kind of a clinical tool that you're using to get to know somebody, because we got to know these things. It's variations of the human nervous system. We have to understand the variation that we're working with.
Right. That's good.
Awesome.
So going back to the worm brain, and I just want to, sorry, it wouldn't be a Zoom call if there wasn't an appearance of a cat.
Oh yeah.
Bothering me now. It seems like the more people use, they're essentially training themselves or learning that drug is useful for survival, right? At the base level, because the brain is being rewarded every time that they use it. And so at a base level, are we essentially saying that this is useful for survival?
Yes, right. So that's what I was pointing to before. So there is a biological imperative for regulation. When your nervous system is adapting to threat, and even if it's like constantly moving towards something, then like it has a tendency to wear down. Like we need to be able to move towards something, move away from something. We need to inhibit movement, but there has to be a balance between those, right? So when a person is learning to avoid things, what they're doing is they're regulating their nervous system. They're trying to bring it back into more of a neutral state where it can rest. It seems a little bit counterintuitive, right? When a person experiences pleasure, when they feel the effortlessness around doing something, which is dopamine, then that terrible aversive feeling goes away. And so it's an adaptive strategy. It's all around homeostasis because you don't have an infinite amount of energy to run this system. Now, the unfortunate thing, though, is like think about methamphetamine, right? You're really cranking this up. And the person might be using it as a self-regulation strategy, but the unintended side effect is that they're cranking up this drive towards something, which is also a costly metabolic state.
Mhm.
So they're going to pay a price as a consequence, including all of the adaptations that the nervous system is going to make because you're putting in that input. But in the moment, again, your nervous system doesn't understand the escalating consequences. It just is doing the thing that it's doing in the moment.
And is that why even I just think about, so even in the face of consequences, loss of freedom, loss of, job, all these things, we're still oftentimes driven to continue to use. And is that because
Right.
the nervous system doesn't care about all of those consequences? They just get that reward.
Yeah. So always keep in mind, consequences are here in this part of your nervous system. It's your ability to be able to create a future. It happens through this activity in your nervous system. The rest of your nervous system, which, by the way, this is only a very small part of, is existing in the here and now. So it's going to do what it needs to do in the moment. The consequences are going to be here, right? And if I'm taking this part of my brain offline, then I don't even have access to the consequences. I just have access to what's happening in the moment. So you put me in jail, right? What am I going to be thinking about? Oh my gosh, the terrible consequences of being in jail. I really shouldn't have done X, Y, and Z. That's what led me here. Now, some people might think that, but most people are going to be thinking what?
How do I get out of here to get more drugs?
Exactly. How do I get out of here and use more drugs? You're exactly right. Right. That's the way in which most animals are living. They're living from moment to moment. They don't have this beautiful part of their nervous system that we do that can consider consequences in the future. Right. So the gazelle, for example, go out and look at, I always tell my clients this, go out and look what animals are doing. It's a lot different from what human beings are doing. Most of the time, animals are pretty chill, right? The birds are chirping in the tree. The squirrels are being adorable, eating their little nuts. Your dog is laying around. There's not really that much that's happening, right? Conserving a lot of energy for the few things that are going to happen that might be amazing and the few things that are going to happen that you might have to fight or run away from, right? So a gazelle out there in the wild, they need a way to be able to respond quickly to an environmental cue, right? So if you're out there grazing and you're a gazelle and you start to spot something that's coming towards you on the horizon and it's this orange shape that's getting larger, well, you better know that that thing is going to eat you. And so you're going to have to do something. You're going to have to engage. You're going to have a signal from this part of your brain that says, holy shit, that's a lion that's going to eat me. Send a signal down to this part of the brain, which is going to get you to do what? Run. Right? Because you're a gazelle and that's what you evolved to do. Right? Now, when you go back to, if you manage to escape from the lion, and you're a gazelle and the lion's not around anymore, what are you going to do?
Go back to being a gazelle.
Just going to go back to grazing, right? Nom, 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 nom. You're just going to eat. And that's the state that animals are in most of the time, but not human beings. Why? Because we've got this cerebral cortex. We have this advance in our nervous system that helps us solve problems through abstraction. So if we were a gazelle, we'd be like, oh my gosh, I just got chased by a lion. What would I ever do to lions? You know, why are lions against me, right? Or what would my gazelle children have done without me? You know, that's what we would be doing if we were gazelles. And we might also be considering the consequences, right? Okay, so it was 11 o'clock in the it was 11 o'clock in the morning when I was there sipping and I saw the lion. So maybe I really need to be much more conscious and considerate of the time that I'm actually here sipping water, right? That's what we do as human beings. But gazelles, they don't do that. They're living in the moment. And your nervous system from here down is almost exactly the same as the gazelles. It's getting programmed by those 4 things that we talked about, which is respondent conditioning, operant conditioning, observational conditioning, and innate behaviors.
If you're gazelle high on meth, you'd be running around in circles.
Yeah, you would. In a completely unproductive way.
Exactly.
Obsessed about doing it at the same time. Yeah, Tammy.
So in regard to like withdrawal, you take away the drugs, does the central nervous system always come back to what it should be?
Yeah. Well, not always, right? So that's the thing about drug use is that there's a lot of generic variation, and it also depends on factors like we talked about the half-lives, for example. So generally speaking, your nervous system tries to do right by you. It's going to do its best to try to get back to where it was before. So that's the normal course. You know, most people are going to get back to square one and get a do-over. Sometimes it does happen with drugs, though, that there are changes that are much more prolonged. We call those PAWS, protracted acute withdrawal syndrome, right? So we've got the phenomena of PAWS. You see that happening a lot with these drugs that are really impacting the nervous system. So people are susceptible, like methamphetamine users susceptible to PAWS, opioid users. Benzodiazepines are notorious for that, and their mother's little helpful, but they are destructive little suckers in the nervous system. So they cause probably some of the most damage.
It's just amazing that our brain can go back to that.
Yeah.
But then being in recovery myself, I don't always feel like people around me or me are like ever normal again or back to, I don't know. But maybe it has to do with another part of the brain.
Yeah, well, you know, part of it is that your brain has made certain genetic changes, and some of those genetic changes are around, like with benzodiazepine, some of the thinking is that the actual expression of those receptor genes change a little bit so that GABA then starts binding less tightly to those receptors.
Okay.
So there are certain changes that can happen in the nervous system. But overall, it tends towards recovery. So your nervous system is always, and even if it's been like 2 or 3 years, your nervous system can still make improvements, even 10 years, even 20 years down the road, still working on it. Okay. So if you're struggling with something like that, or if your clients are struggling with something like that, you just want to give them some extra support, right? So your nervous system is trying to do right by you, but sometimes it takes some time to get there.
Okay.
And sometimes there are some medications that can help in that regard, because medications are tools. They can be super helpful if the person knows how to get the best use out of them.
Right.
Right.
Thank you.
So sometimes, like, you know, somebody might be struggling with depression for a long time. In that case, it might be a good thing. Hey, let's see if we can try something like SSRI to see if we can help that a little bit. It's not a magic bullet, but it's something that maybe a person can try.
Right. Well, and there's MAT treatment for opioids, but there's no MAT treatment for methamphetamines. That'd be kind of cool.
Hopefully at some point we'll get to some of those kinds of things. But in general, the person can rely on their own ability to be able to heal. And there are some things, as I said before, that can really help in that regard.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Great question. That was a lot, huh? If you got a camera on and you're here, let's chat for a little bit. Okay, so again, I threw a lot at you, right? A lot of that stuff is for your information. I know that a lot of people find this stuff to be, at least I do, and I know that a lot of people out there to find it to be interesting in its own right. So I try to provide enough that you get the good bits without totally overwhelming you. But I also understand that it still is pretty overwhelming. So there are a few things that I'd really like for you to walk away from this part of the training with. The first is that when we think about drugs, we're thinking of them as being, this is a little quiz, we think about drugs from an adaptive perspective as being tools. Awesome. Right. So we want to think about them as being tools that human beings use and that will continue to use them. So the issue is around the dangerousness, not about whether or not they should be used or they shouldn't be used. That's irrelevant. They're a tool that we do use and we'll continue to keep on using them. So that's one of the primary takeaways from this. And then the second thing around that is that it's possible for us to get injured on when we use these tools. But these injuries that occur, just like other injuries that the body receives, the body can also heal those injuries. So the body's adaptive and it can adapt back. So that's the other main takeaway that's important for us to take away from this particular conversation. The other thing is just having a few ways of talking about this with people that you're talking with. So using illustrations like these hand models that I've showed you can be very effective in starting to not only for you to understand it better, because as you talk about it, you're going to understand it more and more, right? It's going to make more and more sense to you. You're forming those neural pathways in your brain, and it's a great way to effectively communicate this stuff to other people. So the primary models that I've used here is beginning with just my hand, and the hand model of the brain is that your nervous system is divided into three basic functions, which are the motor acts, which are your innate behaviors. You don't learn these. And these live in your brainstem in your autonomic nervous system. We've got our emotional responses, and our emotional responses are like learned templates. So go back and think of the gazelle. The gazelle needs to know that that's dangerous, and then that's going to elicit fear, right? Fear lives in this part of the brain as a threat response. Then that's going to communicate to this part, the moving part of the brain, to run, right? Then we've got a cerebral cortex. And the cerebral cortex is highly evolved in a human being. This is where we get our thinking. And this is also where we get our executive functioning, which is what your brain is telling you is important for you to be paying attention to. So attention lives here in your prefrontal cortex, as well as your thinking. And all three of these parts of your brain are constantly communicating. In fact, you see in this hand model of the brain that the brain kind of wraps around, right? Cerebral cortex wraps back around and it actually touches this part of the brain. So your prefrontal cortex and the limbic part of your brain, the emotional part of your brain, they've got a lot of neurons that run back and forth and they're related, right? So you need emotional salience so that you know what to pay attention to. So all of this is going to be connected to give you an adaptive response to what's happening in the environment. So something happens, your nervous system is going to learn what to do when that thing happens. So open adaptive system. And then we've got the two-handed model here of the neurons. You remember how that works just in terms of describing that these neurons, they do work for us, right? They create patterns in our nervous system, and then those patterns can be amplified through drug use, can turn it up, or we can also use drugs to turn it down. And then from there, that segues into a nice conversation about drugs being like a song that's playing on the radio. And what drugs do is allow us to turn up or down the song on the radio, but what it doesn't do is give us the ability to turn up parts of the song up and down. So the bad bits of the song are going to be turned up with the good parts of the song. That's the side effects. And then finally, I gave you this model for understanding tolerance and withdrawal with the teeter-totter metaphor, right? So the larger kid, as we're feeding, gets larger and larger. We remove that kid, boop, the teeter-totter adjusts. Tolerance and withdrawal. So those are the main points that we want to take away from this particular discussion. And this is what it is that we want to be able to share with our clients as well. So are there any other further questions that you have about this before we move into what we clinically might be actually doing with our clients, besides just describing it to them? You got enough here? Okay, I'm going to interpret the silence as being that we are golden and we're ready to move on. So let me share my screen with you. Share my screen. Okay, Andre, we seeing what we should be seeing?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, so let's dive into IDDT. So IDDT is an evidence-based practice. So I want to talk a little bit about what evidence-based practice is. So when we adopt an evidence-based orientation or a model of practice, then we're talking about essentially taking three things into consideration. And the first of those is the kind of practices that we're going to use, the ways in which we're going to help a person make a change. And those need to have some kind of research that indicates that if we use them, they'll be effective in doing what it is that we say that they're going to do, right? So we need to test out these strategies first. We've got to have some good research. Otherwise, we'll be using a standard practice approach, which is not going to load our dice. Just going to be rolling random dice. So we want to roll our dice by making sure that we're using an evidence-based practice approach. So I mentioned this before, evidence-based practice it's not a magic wand, right? We can't take away every problem for every person. It's loading a set of dice, right? You're not always going to come up with sevens, but you're going to come up with sevens much more often than if you're relying on chance alone. And when we're thinking about substance abuse issues, we already know that the odds are not in our favorites, that we're not starting out with good odds. So if we can improve our outcomes by 5%, by 10%, by 15%, then accumulatively, that's going to start making a huge difference. So IDDT was put together as a program with this evidence base in mind. And they did a literature review on this approach, and it's shown to be effective for helping people with co-occurring disorders, specifically around severe mental illness. And there were 6 controlled studies that were done, and they found that there was strong evidence that this practice approach does indeed get good outcomes. So the basic components of the IDDT approach are here. I'm just going to let you look at the slides so that I don't have to go through each one. But these 13 components of IDDT were the evidence-based practices that were identified as being efficacious for working with the population that we're working with. Now, evidence-based practice is more than just what's been researched and shown to be efficacious than standard practice alone. So when we adopt an evidence-based orientation or model of practice, then we're talking about taking 3 things into consideration, and each one of these are necessary, but they're not sufficient in their own right to get the best outcomes. So we need to start out with the person that's receiving the treatment. And the interventions need to be in alignment with what the client values, what their goals are, what their preferences are. And we have to understand the nature of their strengths, their resources, their barriers, their dysfunctions, and all the challenges that they're facing. If we don't have the client on board, and if we don't have them engaged, and if we don't understand their problems, and it doesn't really matter how good our interventions are, right? So essentially, we're talking about really understanding the person and starting to get a full biopsychosocial and spiritual dimensions of the client to the best degree that we can. And we do that through assessment, right? So this assessment process, which is critical to IDDT, that's the work that we do in the revised PACT comprehensive assessment. Now, the second thing that we need to consider is the providers of the services and the extent, that's you're the providers of the services, you're the clinicians, and to the extent in which you've received adequate training and consultation and supervision in first understanding the interventions that are being used and then being able to competently deliver those interventions through the services that you're providing. So this training series is intended to cover that part of good evidence-based practice. And that not only includes this training, but it's really the consultation that's going to be most important around this, right? So it's actually going out, trying these kinds of interventions with your clients, and then coming back and getting feedback. That's an essential part of doing evidence-based practices. So we don't get the best outcomes unless we've got people trained in the evidence-based practices and they're getting consultation and supervision around it. And then we've got the practices that have some kind of compelling research that indicates that they're going to be effective in the way that it says that it will. So IDDT is a service provision model that assumes assertive treatment strategies, right? So it was research to be shown that it's especially effective in the context of PACT. And then it adds these other evidence-based practices as ones that will be helpful. So PACT is an evidence-based practice, and IDDT is also an evidence-based practice, and they fit nicely together. They're a little bit, I think of them as a little bit like Russian dolls that are nesting nicely inside of each other. They play well together. So PACT is an evidence-based practice that gets us really good results, primarily in things around increased engagement, decreased hospitalization use, helping a person maintain their housing, keeping the person in treatment, right? Because we're going to the client rather than waiting for them to come to us. And we get better outcomes here just in general with services in general and family satisfaction. So that's the good news. And that's massive. And we should be proud of what we're able to accomplish through that unique model of care alone, right? PACT is awesome for those things. Now, where it has a less solid track record is in actually helping the person manage severe mental illness and decreasing impairment and distress around substance use. And even less so in getting people into work and school, in improving social function and decreasing involvement in the legal system. So happily, we can see that IDDT is an evidence-based practice that can and does improve those outcomes because the research shows that it does. Okay, now we're looking at the person here in the environment. So obviously the social environment is going to be a key part of the puzzle here. One of the key risk factors that we have are who the client's associating with. And we also know that our clients are often at a higher risk for exploitation. So for a lot of our clients, drug users and dealers are often really the only avenue that they have for getting their social need met. So we've also really got to consider the social environment as well. And so getting social support and family involvement can be something that's super critical as part of this process. Family often doesn't understand this connection between substance use and mental illness and view the substance use again as a moral failure, right? Because that's the larger social context in which the families are existing, right? So we need to provide psychoeducation so that they understand co-occurring disorders, and then they can be a lot more supportive of the client. Okay, so it's also important that as important part of IDDT is to emphasize the ways in which we can mitigate some of the consequences of the behavior. So we want to see what we can do to reduce the negative consequences of substance use using methods other than substance use reduction itself. So this is harm reduction. And here we're focusing on reducing the physical and social impacts. And I think just in the interest of time, I'm going to skip past the harm reduction stuff. I think PACT by itself is a harm reduction model, right? Because we're not denying services based on the fact that a person's using. And it's not a rule out that a person's using. So harm reduction is kind of built into our model and our way of approaching doing it, which is different from other substance abuse treatment programs, which require abstinence. So harm reduction is baked into our model as it is, and I'm going to save some of the specific stuff around harm reduction for when we get together in consultation. Okay. Now, the way in which our treatment approach is going to generally play out is like this. I call this the treatment funnel. And that is that you're going to have most of our clients are going to be in the engagement stage, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't be here in PACT services. So most of our clients are going to be in the engagement stage. Some fewer are going to be in the motivational stage where they might be thinking about making some change, not quite sure if they want to. And then we're going to have some fewer still in the action stage. So a large part of our work is to start drawing into clients into what I like to call the treatment funnel here. You think of this as being also like maybe a black hole, right? So our efforts are just initially about getting people close enough to the funnel so they start getting sucked in. And then we can start deliberately moving them through the phases, right? But first of all, we got to get the person close enough. We got to engage them. Otherwise, we're not going to really be able to help them out. So IDDT really starts with engagement. And engagement and motivational strategies are something that can and should be provided by all of the team members. And then you, as COD specialists, can really focus on enhancing motivation and working with the small handful of clients that are ready to actually make change in the action stage. Okay, so that works out pretty well because if all of the clients on your caseload, right, if all like 50 or 100 clients were in the action stage of change, then you wouldn't be able to keep up with it, right? In reality, at any given time, just given the math, there's going to be maybe 2, 3, 4 people that you will be able to work with explicitly around making change using action stage interventions. So that's where you want to be focusing your attention and then working with the rest of the team to draw people in through your engagement strategies and your motivational enhancement strategies. Okay, so we're going to talk a little bit about the IDDT clinical process. And in IDDT, we have to start out with detection. It's not a given. It's a given that somebody's going to have a severe mental illness. It's not a given that the person will have problems with substance use disorder. So part of our work that we're doing is we're making sure that we're not letting people fall between the cracks. So we start out with detection. Then from there, we can classify the severity of the drug use. And then we've got our functional assessment, which we do through the revised PACT comprehensive assessment. And then based on our assessment work that we've done, we can do a functional analysis and determine the stage of treatment approaches that we're then going to use with our client to do our treatment planning based on that. So this is drawn kind of from the IDDT manual. They set it up a little bit differently than I've got it set up here. I'm not super sold on presenting it this way, but I don't really know the best way to represent what it is that we're doing here. And we're going to touch on these a little bit before we get into the action stage interventions. But this is the way that it's set up just in terms of how you approach doing co-occurring services in your role as a COD specialist. So the first thing that we have to do is detection, and that's identifying who is going to be needing our attention. And as we're getting IDDT up and running and as part of the maintenance of it, it's important for us to triage those in most need and to focus our attention there. So I just want to stop and pause here because as part of our detection work, the recommendation is that you do quarterly staging. So is anybody in this group familiar and doing staging right now on your teams? Okay, some of you are. Some of you are looking a little befuddled. Okay. So when we're doing detection and staging, what it is that we're doing is that we are going through the entire caseload, and we do this on a regular basis so people aren't falling between the cracks. In IDDT, they call this casting a wide net. We want to cast a wide net, and we want to make sure that where people are struggling with substance use disorder, that we're catching it. And we're doing that as a team, because when we're working with things earlier on and catching things earlier on, it's going to be much easier for us to work with than well-established behaviors where there's a lot of neural networks that are devoted to doing that certain thing. So the earlier that we catch things when they're small, then the greater possibility that we're going to have a larger effect over time. So let me just give you a brief example of what I'm talking about. So we often did staging in the program that we were on, and there was a person that was on our caseload. He was in his late 20s, and he hadn't really had issues with substance use. Occasionally, like, he would go out and like he would buy a beer, you know, if he had some extra money or whatever, just that kind of stuff, smoking a little bit of pot, your average kind of stuff. And then there was a new group of drug dealers that showed up in the neighborhood. They targeted him, and then they started hanging out in their apartment. Has anybody had a similar experience of what it is that I'm talking about? Yeah, I'm sure you're all familiar with it, right? So they started hanging out his apartment and using it to deal drugs from. And so as a result, the drugs were there, and he started using methamphetamine as a result. So this is where we want to catch things at the very beginning, because there's lots of ways in which we can work with this, right, as a team, around giving that person a little bit of extra support, making sure that we're around more often, you know, so forth and so on, seeing if we can get the person to use a little bit more assertive communication about getting that person out of their apartment. That's going to be much easier for us to work with than if that person had been using then meth for 2 years. So detection is a really, really important part of the process. And that's why we do the staging, is for this exact reason. So does that make sense? We don't want people to fall in the cracks. We want to make sure that we're casting a wide net.
Jeff, I have a question.
Absolutely.
For the staging, how often did you say that we're supposed to be doing that?
Ideally, we'd be doing it quarterly. That's what's recommended. I would say that if you're doing it every 6 months, so generally like our treatment plans are tied into like a 6-month sort of way in which we do it. So if you were doing staging every 6 months, I think that that would be adequate.
Thank you.
Okay. Now what you're doing as a team, you as the COD specialist in collaboration with your team leader, you're just going to go through the caseload, and you're ultimately the one that has the knowledge about substance use disorder, right? So you're going to be the one that's leading the conversation because you understand it and you can explain it to other people on the team. And then you can start asking them for what it is that they're seeing, right? So this is also a great way for you to provide psychoeducation for the rest of the team as well. Happens during the staging, right? So you're going to talk about what it is that we're looking for and why. And then we're going to start going through the caseload. And basically, we're going to use the criteria. Does it seem like that this person is struggling with a substance use disorder? Or have they struggled in the past so that we need to keep that on the radar? Or are there other risk factors that are going to make it more likely for that person to be struggling, right? So that's the first thing. It's just kind of a yes or no. The second thing is that then we want to rate the severity. So on the dashboard, I've given you there's some scales that you'll use, and when you look at them, you'll be like, oh, this is just the old DSM-4 criteria, which it is, but that's fine. It's completely adequate for this purpose. If you wanted to get super fancy, then you could change those scales so that they represent the new DSM-5 criteria, but I would say, why bother? You're just looking for the severity of the use, because then that will indicate how it is that you're going to approach it, right? So where you've got clients that are more sort of like in protracted drug use, they've been using for a long time, then some of your overall strategies are probably going to be trying to get that person into some kind of inpatient treatment. Not always, but that's typically the approach that we often take. Whereas people that are, with less severe, then we might be taking other different approaches, right? Like, oh, let's see if we can get this person interested in going back to school or getting a job. Let's get the voc person involved. So does that make sense? Okay. So that's what we do when we do staging, and then you just keep track of it, right? And in terms of the stages of treatment approach, that's also something that we do. You find the stages of treatment approach is going to be in the PIT. So is everybody familiar with what the PIT is? Okay. The PIT is where the stages of treatment are now. And stages of treatment just means that we're going to match our treatment approach with where the person is in terms of their stage of change. So we're trying to meet the person where they're at. And that's based on the trans-theoretical model. The trans-theoretical model is just a description of how people normally make change, starting out with pre-contemplation. Everybody's familiar with this, right? I don't want to bore you with stuff you already know. Pre-contemplation, though, just very quickly, is where a change isn't on the person's radar. And that's going to match with the engagement stage for doing work with that person. So that's going to be the stage of treatment. Does that make sense? They match up. We're going to try to engage the person that's not considering making change. Then the second thing is going to be in terms of the stages of change that the person is going through will be ambivalence, right? So it's the person not exactly sure that they want to make the changes come onto their radar, but there's still a lot of good reasons for them to keep on using or doing whatever it is that they're doing that might be harmful behavior, even though the long-term consequences are starting piling up and they're starting to be more and more aware of that, right? So in that particular stage of change where the person's starting to, it's the contemplation stage of change, the person's starting to contemplate making the change, we're going to match that by, it's logical. So we're going to match it by helping the person reconnect to what's important to them through our values work with them, and then helping them resolve that ambivalence through our motivational enhancement strategies. Then we've got people that are going to be ready first and then willing to make the change. So it's ready and willing. Ready is the preparation stage. So that's where the person's seriously considering, I need to do X, Y, and Z to make this change. So they're thinking about what needs to happen. That's the ready part. The willing part is where they actually start engaging in things that are going to help them learn new behaviors and to start reducing harmful behaviors. So that's where we have them in the action stage of change. And you'll see how we work with the action stage of change, both in terms of preparation, where we work with a relapse prevention plan. And then for the willingness, we're going to work with cognitive behavioral therapy strategies. And then finally, once the person has made those changes, then they have to integrate them in the rest of their lives, and they have to keep on doing them. They got to stick with the changes. So to do that, we're going to support them in the maintenance phase by helping them with a wellness plan, which is, now that we've made all this change, then how do we keep on moving towards that best version of you? So that's what we're doing in maintenance. Okay, so we've got those stages of treatment where we're going to be meeting the person where they're at in terms of their stage of change. So when we do our staging together, this is what we're doing, right? We're trying to get a sense as part of a conversation, and we're not going to get this right perfectly, right? We're not always going to get it right. We want to try to do our best because it's a way in which we can organize ourselves as a team in approaching the person that's going to get us the best outcomes. That doesn't mean, though, that it's not still just our best guess. It's based on the conversation that you're having, both with your clients and the conversation that you're having as a team. Okay, so that's the detection part. I'll just pause here really quickly. Does anybody have any questions around that before we get on to the next piece? We good? Excellent. All right, so we've got our detection that moves us to functional assessment. I'm going to very short thrift this because we do our functional assessment through the PACT revised assessment. So that's where you're starting to really understand the person and the functions that the drug use is serving for that person in the context of a co-occurring model. We have that all built in to the PACT comprehensive assessment. Now, once we've got actionable intelligence through our functional assessment, then the next step that we do in IDDT is that we do a functional analysis, right? Where we're going to be using the concepts that we talked about as drug use as being adaptive behavior and starting to use that framework to understand, to try to get a good understanding of how it is that we might start using change strategies to help that person out. So a functional analysis of a behavior is the step that we do in IDDT, where we're going to use that ABC framework that I introduced to you to break down the behavior chain into its respective parts so that we can better understand why a behavior is occurring and what functions it's serving. So this is a really, it's an indispensable part of the process. When you're using this perspective, we use a functional analysis. This helps us determine how and why a behavior is created, and then we can change parts of the behavior to achieve different outcomes, or at least it provides us with a framework for doing that kind of work. So the nature of our functional analysis in IDDT, it has these characteristics. So it has that behavioral ABC perspective that we were talking about. So here we're not going to be asking ourselves the question, what's the internal hidden reason why a person's doing something, right? We're just looking at the behaviors and we're asking ourselves, how has this been functional for that person? And how can we think about adjusting those behaviors so that they become more well-adjusted in terms of moving that person towards the best version of themselves? So we're not going to use explanations like the person has a disease, for example, or we're not going to be using reasons for why a person is not doing something because they're not motivated. We're just going to be looking at the behaviors and seeing how are these behaviors serving functions. Now, also from a behavioral perspective, we understand that learning is something that's actually progressive. Your system is learning as it goes along so that it can make those intelligent adaptations to the environment. So you hold on to what you learn, right? Once you learn something, then your nervous system has established those pathways in your brain. So that's why it's difficult, for example, to unlearn how to ride a bike. You're always going to remember how to ride a bike. So it's going to be much more effective then for us to coach new behaviors than it is for us to eliminate old ones. So we want to try to be constructive in our approach rather than destructive in our approach. We're not going to try to take something away. We're going to try to give something, a tool to somebody that is going to be more effective in moving them towards their recovery. We also have to have an understanding that behaviors aren't something, again, that occur in vacuum. They're going to be cued by the environment or the context. So we have to understand what those contexts, environmental contexts are. And along with this, we're looking at factors that are maintaining impairment and distress so we can start influencing those factors and making change more possible. And then when we begin to use these change strategies, then we test them out and we get feedback on whether they're actually working. And this is going to be crucial because if we're not getting feedback that we're being helpful, then chances are we're not. Okay, so let me take you through an example of what it is that I'm talking about, and we can use the Hannah case example, who is, as it turns out, she's smoking the cannabis because it's healthy and it comes from a plant. So we'll use her as our example here. And if somebody could help me out by just reading the case example off of the screen, that would be helpful so that I can rest my voice for a second.
I can do that, Jeff.
Thank you, Whitney.
No problem.
Hmm.
So, case example, Hannah is a co-occurring client later in treatment. Hannah has not used amphetamine for several months. She reports that she would like to reduce or quit using cannabis, as well as her use makes her more paranoid. Hannah indicates that she's more likely to use substances in the afternoon and evening, just a few hits from a vaporizer, particularly before bed, because I get bored and I can't sleep. She also says it helps with depression, at least for a little while. Hannah says that her automatic thoughts before she uses is generally "F it, I'll quit tomorrow."
Excellent. Okay, so we're going to use a functional analysis, and the functional analysis can be found on the dashboard, and this is going to be our first breakout group. So access that so that you've got it, so that you can use a functional assessment to work with this with our Shan case example. So we're going to start out by looking at the context and the behaviors, and then the short-term and the long-term contingencies or the outcomes. Our external cue is the where, with whom, and how the person is using those substances. So in our case here with Hannah, she's in her apartment, she's by herself, and she's vaping. The internal cues are going to be the sensations, thoughts, and emotions. Her thoughts are, I'll just do this one last time and quit tomorrow. The emotional cues are being bored and distressed or depressed, right? So she's using the drugs to get rid of those feelings. Then the actual behavior itself, the substance use behavior, is going to be what substances, how much, how often, and over what duration. And so here it's the marijuana. She's doing a few hits daily in the afternoon, in the evening, a few hours before she's going to bed. That gives us the context. Now, when we do a functional analysis, then we use this tool that's called the payoff matrix. And what the payoff matrix does is that it helps us understand the short-term and the long-term consequences of the behavior. So let me just quickly walk you through a payoff matrix. In a payoff matrix, we look at the pros and cons of staying the same and the pros and cons of making change. And this is a great tool that we can use to understand the functionality of a behavior. And we can use the same format to then talk about our clients about making a change. So how we set this up is going to be important when we're talking to a client, when we're using this actually with a client, because there's a direction, because if there's a direction that we want a client to be hopefully moving towards, then we want to make sure that we're doing something that's called eliciting change talk. And eliciting change talk just means that we're getting the person to put in their own language why it is that they might make a change, right? So again, if you think about these behaviors as having functionality, then if a person is using something as a tool and we're trying to take that away from them, then they're going to start coming up with arguments for why it is that they should hold on to that tool. But if they're talking about it from their own perspective about why maybe that tool is something that hasn't been all that great for them, and then in fact they keep on injuring themselves on it, then they're making their own argument for making change, and we're not in a tug of war with them about it. So we can talk about the advantages of continuing what the person is doing now. That's where we start out. So in this case, we're talking about using alcohol and drugs. And then what we're going to do is we're going to move to the disadvantages of staying with the same behaviors. And those would be all of the disadvantages of using the substance. And you see that here, we're just going to naturally solicit change talk from the person. Next is going to be discussing the disadvantages of giving up a behavior. So in this example, right, it's all the disadvantages of not using the substances, all the things that they would have to give up. And then finally, we're going to end the discussion with talking about the advantages of the new behavior, what it might be more consistent with the person's values. So in the example here are the advantages of not using substances. So maybe we have this conversation with Hannah, and Hannah identifies the advantages of using substances as being decreased anxiety, relief from depression, and help getting to sleep, where the disadvantages of using the substance are worsening symptoms of psychosis. The disadvantages of not using the substances then would be depression and nothing to do or to look forward to. But the advantages of not using substances would be improved control over psychiatric conditions and improved ability to work towards her recovery goals. So then when we start thinking about what behaviors we're going to actually start targeting, we want to use this principle that's called the Pareto principle. I don't know if anybody's heard of this. But the Pareto principle, also known as the 80-20% rule, states that roughly 80% of effects come from about 20% of the causes. So in other words, a small number of causes is typically responsible for a large portion of the results that we see. It's named after Vilfredo Pareto. Something you can completely forget if you want. And it's widely observed, though, in a lot of different domains like economics, business, project management, where, for example, like maybe 80% of a company's profit might come from, say, 20% of the customers that they are serving. So this principle holds true also as well for physical, emotional, and mental habits that we have. And we can use this principle to think about the behaviors then that we would like to help a person change. But when we do our analysis, we want to be thinking about deliberately designing with our clients that 20% that's going to have an outsized positive effect on their lives. So some basic guidelines for identifying what that 20% will be that will make the largest difference is obviously that threats, behaviors that are a direct threat to the person, and others, right? We want to make sure that we're addressing those first to the degree that we can, and often we do that through our harm reduction strategies. Then we're going to be looking at centrality, and these are the behaviors that are likely to influence a wide range of areas in a person's life where substantial change just isn't going to be terribly likely unless those behaviors change. So for example, if a person's constantly under stress, right, if they're constantly in that threat mode, then it's going to be hard for them to make change. But instead, if they started to exercise, if they started to eat better, if we got them starting to do relaxation practices with us, then increasing overall well-being, maybe through and continuing to help them like increase overall well-being through something like, say, behavioral activation, well, that might reduce anxiety and depression, and then that could reduce the symptoms of psychosis, right? And then by reducing that, maybe the person starts becoming more social, more successful at finding and keeping work. And as a result, that might result in less substance use, right? So we see as we change one behavior, it has a cascading effect in that person's life. Many different ways for a person to make a change. When we talk about reproduction, we're talking about behaviors that once a person's changed, could reproduce and make change in other areas in a person's life. So for example, if a person learns, say, social skills that are applicable to work, then they could use those same social skills in their friendships, their family, intimate relationships. In fact, there's a way of using good social skills to actually interact with the person's voices. It's called assertive communication with voices. So there's a way in which we can teach a person one skill that then reproduces in different areas in a person's life. Now, once we've got our functional analysis and we've got our stages of treatment identified, then we can start doing treatment planning in a way that's pretty strategic. So here on this table, I've got some common maladaptive behaviors, targets for more adaptive ones, which would be our treatment objective, and then the type of intervention that we would be doing to help shape that particular behavior. So I have this for you on the slides. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I'll just pick one example here. Let's say that despite reductions in substance use, the behavior is that the person is slipping up quite frequently. What we would like to see in terms of a behavioral change target is that the person's starting to recognize high risk situations, and they're starting to implement specific strategies to avoid those situations. And the way in which we would provide sort of that approach for doing it would be around problem-solving skills and specific CBT skills that we would be working with. So does that make sense?
Hey, Jeff, quick question. In regards to some of the clinical hierarchy, how is that related to Maslow's hierarchy of needs, or is it?
It's not. They're not related, other than they both appear in a pyramid. Just generally speaking, though, basic needs do have to be met, right? So again, when we're thinking about the functions of behaviors, we got to make sure that basic needs are being met, and then we can move up from there. In terms of the concept around the Pareto principle and reproducible behaviors and the centrality of behaviors, that's a completely unrelated concept. Great question. Okay. Now, in our treatment planning, then, we can start to identify a maladaptive behavior, what our change target is, what the stage of change is, so that we can make sure that we're being consistent in meeting the person where they're at, and then the intervention that would be consistent with that, right? So let's say here with Hannah, her maladaptive behavior is she's going to go ahead and smoke the cannabis when she gets bored before sleep. So as a behavioral change target, maybe we've identified a change target, a new behavior is being that the client will be able to identify and engage in a preferred alternative recreational activity with a friend to keep that need met, right? Of being bored. She's going to do that a couple of times a week and test it out. And she's in the early active stage of treatment. So we've got her involved in actually making changes and experimenting with making changes. So she's in the willing and the ready and willing stage. And then in terms of our intervention, well, maybe the thing that we're providing is that we're helping the person build their social skill building by meeting with them at a coffee shop one time per week and practicing social skills. Let's look at another one, right? So same thing, using cannabis when bored and for sleep. Here, we're going to try to get the person to start practicing a relaxation skill before sleep, right? So that they can get to sleep easier. And so our intervention then will be to instruct the client in isometric relaxation practices and then 4-7-8 pace breathing twice a week until the person becomes proficient at it. So you can see then how we're starting to become much more targeted when we start using this perspective, right? And approaching it in this way so that we don't just have our asses out there flapping in the wind. We've actually got a structured approach for how we're going to deliberately shape behaviors based on our functional analysis and based on the person's stage of change. Okay, so let's continue with the case example that you're going to be working with, which is Shan. And if I could get somebody to just unmute and read this case example out loud, that would be helpful.
I'll read it.
Sweet.
Shan believes that he is being targeted and monitored by a shadowy group of individuals connected to the Taliban. Shan firmly believes that they have infiltrated his community and are actively seeking revenge for his actions during his deployment. He claims to notice suspicious individuals following him and constantly feels watched. These beliefs have led him to become increasingly isolated, avoiding public spaces and social interactions.
Awesome. Okay, the next one. Somebody want to read this one for us?
While
Okay.
no, go ahead, Ron.
I'll give it a whirl. So while Shan was initially difficult to engage beyond belief, brief encounters with this team, he has over the last several months begun to open up and talk to the COD specialist more openly about his substance use. He acknowledges that the 2 or 3 beers that he said he drinks at night is really closer to 8 or 10 beers, and that he drinks himself to sleep every night. As the conversation continues, he discloses further that he drinks much more over the weekends, and in addition to a few of the six packs, he sometimes consumes a liter of vodka. He says that drinking is the only thing that keeps my mind away from all that. Referring to the Taliban conspiracy, Shan tells you that he can hear the voices of these Taliban agents talking in the electrical sockets of his apartment, which is how they hack into the network. And they only shut up if he drowns them out with alcohol.
Excellent.
It's hard to read.
Thank you for reading that. Okay, so we're going to take a stab with this information at creating a functional analysis with Shan. So we've got Shan engaged. We're going to imagine that we're going to be doing this functional analysis with Shan. And so we're going to divide you into pairs so that you can do this as a pair. And we're establishing new neural networks in your brain. The point is not to do this perfectly. The point is just to get a stab at doing it, right? So you've got an example, you've got this thing to work with, Shan. So give it a whirl. And as you're together in partners, help each other out, right? Shan's engaged, right? So you're not struggling with him. He's not causing a lot of problems. He's engaged. You're having a conversation. He's starting to disclose those things about his use. So now we're going to start doing a functional analysis so that we can really start understanding that behavior, the context in which it's happening, the long-term and short-term consequences. And this discussion is really going to help both you as a COD specialist start to think about treatment approaches, strategies, and it's also going to be a great conversation to be having with Shan. It's going to increase his awareness, and he's going to be able to start exploring the functionality of his use in terms of reasons why he's using and reasons why it might be good for him not to be using, short-term, long-term. Does that make sense? So just to get together, take a stab at it, and then together, once you have this conversation, then creatively as a team, come up with one strategy that you want to change. So identify the maladaptive behavior, come up with a treatment objective of how you would like to shape that into a new behavior. We know that he is in the motivation stage of change, right? So we're working through ambivalence. And then finally, what you're going to do as the COD specialist in terms of the intervention that you're going to use. So you got it? Okay, Whitney, let's get people in their groups.
I just opened the breakout rooms.
All right, we're going to start out with CBT basics. So CBT, for those of you who aren't aware, sure all of you are, but it's an evidence-based talking therapy that focuses on the relationship between thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, how they're connected, and how the patterns in which we think, behave, and feel contribute to either our suffering or our well-being. So CBT is based on several core principles that are going to make up the intervention. Those include C being the cognitive part. So that's the understanding that psychological problems are based in part on unhelpful ways of thinking. B being the behavioral. So psychological problems are based in part on learned patterns of unhelpful behavior. T being the therapy part, which is that people that are struggling with psychological problems can learn better ways of coping with them and thereby relieving some of the difficulty around that, and more importantly, becoming more effective in moving towards their values and what's important to them. Now, broadly speaking, when we apply this model to a co-occurring approach, then we're really going to be focusing on not necessarily eliminating symptoms, but on really focusing around reducing distress and impairment associated with the maladaptive behavior of substance use, where it's causing a problem for a person. And this is done by individualizing the intervention to help a client reconnect with their core values, to meet their self-identified goals. And what we really want to be doing is attaching all skill building to what the client's values and goals are. So a nice way to frame this is that it's a shift of perspective from what's the matter with you to what matters to you. And that obviously, I'm sure most of you are aware that that comes from Dr. Pat Deegan. Now, most of us have been exposed to the concepts of CBT, and we're aware that there is this connection that exists between how we cognitively interpret event and our feelings and our emotions related to the event, and then what we do or how we act. And a lot of us as clinicians, we share these concepts. We share some of the strategies of CBT with clients, but in a more standard practice approach, right? So that's what we would refer to as being supportive therapy generally, meaning that it's some combination of case management, addressing the emerging needs of the client, and occasionally offering a sympathetic ear, and maybe making some suggestions for better coping that we might draw from cognitive behavioral therapy. So there, when we take that approach, we can call that CBT-informed therapy or supportive therapy. But really, what's underlying this approach is that the main therapeutic intervention will be medications, and we're treating the talking therapy as being ancillary. Now, this approach is very different when we're using CBT as an evidence-based practice. So CBT, when we're practicing it closer to fidelity, is going to have a look and a feel that's going to distinguish it from the standard practice approach. And this is very noticeable in the intention of the therapeutic interaction, where the therapy itself is intended to produce clinical change rather than simply an ancillary to medication. So we've got a unique session structure that we use. We take a serial approach, which means that one session is going to build on the next in a logical sequence, and it's going to follow phases, right? So the phases that we follow are going to be engagement and psychoeducation. That's followed by assessment and case conceptualization. We've done a lot of that work already. And then we're going to have specific interventions that are going to be based on our case conceptualization. In our case, we just used a functional analysis. That's our basic case conceptualization. From there, we can move to relapse prevention. So what this does is that it provides us with a context or a container for doing therapy, as well as a direction. So what we're creating is a much more controlled environment for helping a person create new behaviors. We're creating a context, an environmental cue that's going to make behavioral changes much more likely to occur. So this container or context, the structure that we use, is both for the client to have a reliable way of making progress, but it's also for you, the clinician, as a clinical tool, so that you've got a direction and a container to be working out of. So CBT is an evidence-based practice. It needs to be structured. It increases the efficacy of treatment, it improves learning, and it focuses therapeutic efforts on specific problem solving and potential solutions. CBT is also something that's directional and it's time limited. So what we're trying to do is build an understanding and build a skill set. So ultimately what we're trying to coach is for the client to become their own therapist. And the ultimate goal then is that the client begins to manage challenges on their own. The focus of CBT is also problem-oriented. So we've got an emphasis on the present. That doesn't mean that we don't appreciate that the person's prior learning history, their past, in other words, can be helpful in understanding and addressing what's happening in the present. But really, we're focusing our attention on the impairment and distress that's happening for the person in the moment. So that's where the focus is. CBT is also something that's collaborative in that the CBT therapist and the client are going to work together as a team. And it's also transparent in that the provider explains the rationale of the model, the approaches that we're going to be using, and how they might be helpful for that person to attain the goals that are set by the client. So we're working as a pair together, and we're also transparent. So a good CBT clinician always has their cards on the table. We're always explaining things to the client of why we're doing X, Y, and Z. And we're always tying that back into what's important to that person and how they can move towards that best version of themselves. Now, it's also goal-oriented and active, meaning that the emphasis is placed on building skills, and it's based on something that we call experimental empiricism. So we're coming up with our best guesses that are based on the model of what's maintaining suffering, which we've explored, and then we're starting to test out practical solutions. And then finally, CBT is measurement-based. So we want to be somehow measuring the person's progress. Now, in this particular context, we can be measuring progress in a couple of different ways. So if the person wants to be reducing their substance use, then is the methods that we're employing actually resulting in decreased substance use? And also, does the person have identified goals that they've identified that they want to be moving towards, and are they making progress in moving towards those goals? So it's a measurement-based approach. We want to see that there's progress that's being made, and if there's not, then we've got to figure out why. And as long as we keep the person engaged, then we can keep on tinkering around and finding something that's going to actually work for that person. But we got to get feedback in order for that to happen. Now, that brings us to the T in CBT, which is the actual therapy part. And so when we deliver CBT, we need, again, that context in which we can do the therapy. And that's really the therapeutic alliance that we're building with our client, right? So CBT is often something that gets dismissed as being rote and impersonal, but in my personal practice of it, it's very far from that. Just because we're CBT therapists doesn't mean that we don't understand. It's really all about the connection that we're making with somebody and our capacity to really be with somebody in a way where we're looking and seeing the best, and that's what we're working to bring out of the person. So we need good basic clinical skills in order for us to be good CBT clinicians. And basic relational skills, that means that we're able to express accurate empathy, and that we sincerely wish to understand how the client is suffering and having a hard time, and that we're feeling compassion for them. And compassion just means we see how they're struggling and we want something better for them, right? So we're willing to work with and collaborate around moving in a much more positive direction. That requires that we're genuinely ourselves, and that we're sharing our ideas, and we're sharing our true emotional reactions, and that we're, as part of that, we're demonstrating unconditional positive regard. So even though the person might be struggling, they might be in a really bad place right now, they might even be acting out, we're still trying to see that best version. We're trying to conceptualize in our mind what that person would look like at their best. And that's the way in which we're going to interact with a person. This is how we arrive at unconditional positive regard. Now, the competent therapist is also someone that's able to facilitate hope and a reasonable expectation of recovery. So we're not going to be promising here that we're going to solve the person's life problems, right? Or that all of their life problems are going to disappear. But what we're trying to instill in the client is a belief that they're going to be able to understand how to manage their problems more effectively, and that they're able to learn and apply skills that are going to result in leading a life that's much more in alignment with their values and goals. So that's definitely something that we can say this is a workable project that both you and I can work together on. We also need to be on the same page with our clients in terms of our shared understanding, again, of the nature of the person's suffering, and we do that through a CBT lens. So in short, we need for them to buy into the CBT model to really understand where we're coming from, so that we can use it as a shared framework for working together. Now, when it comes to the structure of CBT, we're going to be using two lenses, so to speak. So we're going to be looking at the phases of treatment. We can think of that as being a zoomed out or a big picture perspective. And then we can look at how you're going to structure your core sessions, which is the detailed perspective. Now, we've been talking a lot about the structure and the phases of treatment, right? So we've got that basic structured approach. So I won't go into that exhaustively here, because that's built into our models. We've got an engagement phase, we've got the motivational phase that brings us to the action stage. So we're going to work through that in a sequence and get the person to the place where they're ready and willing to make change. And then we can start using explicit CBT as our approach. And the way in which we're going to provide that then is going to be in a more zoomed in look, where we're going to look at what we're going to do each session. So each session is going to have a structure to it. And the structure, again, is something that's super important. And the reason why it's important is because we've got to have a reliable and reproducible container for doing therapy. And it's the session to session structure that provides us with a means to do that. So we want to start providing consistent beats so that we're going to be covering the same things with our clients each time that we meet with them. And what that does is that provides us with a consistent scaffolding for the work that we're going to be doing with that person. And it gives us a way of moving the therapy forward. So session structure, you have to think about it as being a clinical tool that you're using. It keeps both the clinician and the client oriented to doing CBT work together. And without it, then it's going to default just naturally into more of that supportive style, right? It's a tool that we use that helps keep the clinician and the client oriented to doing CBT work. So if we don't have it, the sessions are going to wander, and then nobody's going to be exactly clear of where all the talking is exactly leading to. So good structure provides the session with a CBT center of gravity. That's something that pulls all the conversation back to doing CBT work, and it keeps the momentum going. Now, this is especially true for clients that you're working with that might be more disorganized or tangential, that might have more negative symptoms, right? We can still get these individuals into the action stage of change, but we need more organization with them, not less organization. So with those clients, particularly, we want to make sure that we've got a structured session approach. So the way in which we do that is we want to make sure that we're hitting all of the basic beats here in this START acronym. So we start out with checking in and opportunities for engage. So we've got opportunities for engagement that are built into every session, right? So how are you? How was your week? Anything amazing happened? Blah, blah, blah. We want to make sure that we're starting with an informal check-in. We're connecting with that person as a human being. From there, we can set our target. So this is how we're going to be spending our time together. This is setting an agenda. And so when we do CBT work, the way in which we approach setting an agenda or targeting is by asking the person if there's something that they want to make sure that they want to talk about during the time that we have together, and that you have something based on the previous work that you've done with that person that you would also like to talk about, right? So you're going to set an agenda so both of those needs can be met, right? You want to help the therapy move forward. The person has stuff in their life that'd probably be good for them to be talking about. That's setting the agenda. Then we want to talk about what they did for last week's home practice, because the idea about CBT is practice. So if we don't prioritize their home practice, then our clients are probably not going to prioritize it either. Then we're going to present new material, and we're going to collaborate on the practice then that the client's going to start practicing, taking home and using. And then we can summarize the session to promote memory consolidation and to provide opportunities for feedback and questions. So that's the way in which CBT session structure works. So let's talk a little bit about home practice, which sometimes gets referred to as homework. I suggest that unless the person's really into school, that you don't use that particular language, because a lot of people have bad taste in their mouth when it comes to homework, and it's not something that's being graded. These are skills that people are practicing in the interest of what their values are. So we want to reinforce that this is a collaborative exercise, that we're doing something together. So often I refer to it as practice. We're going to be practicing something. If you're just meeting with your client occasionally throughout the week, as we know, that's not going to be time on its own to create these new neural pathways that we're hoping to create. So we're not trying to torture our clients, but what we're trying to do is to help them consolidate learning and to help them generalize that skills that you're teaching in session into real life situations, right? So remember, way back at the very beginning of the day, we were talking about habits, how habits are being created. You're going to explicitly help a person create new habits. That's what you're doing with home practice. And not every skill is going to work for every person, right? So just like there's going to be some trial and error when it comes to, say, finding the right medication, there's going to be some trial and error when it comes to finding, say, the right relaxation skill, right? Or another skill like a distraction skill that's going to really work. And then finally, the attempt at home practice can be activating in a piece of data in itself, like especially for people that have a lot of negative symptoms. Even if a person takes the smallest stab at doing it, then that's a way in which we can start positively reinforcing them. And then that helps empower the clients for them to, and gives them incentive to make more change. So we want to give them something to do. So even if they do a little bit of it, then we can get super excited about it. And then we can reinforce that by the way in which we're interacting. Okay. So just a few tips here on developing home practice exercises. First of all, we want to start out with a rationale, and that's why we're doing this. And here I usually just mention what we discussed. An hour isn't enough time for us to be able to really make these changes, right? So this is something that you're going to get out of what you put into it. And we want to link that to the person's, to their recovery goals, what's actually important to them, right? So this skill is going to help you move towards that amazing version of yourself. So let's try it out. We want to make sure that we're developing these practices collaboratively. So home practice is going to naturally flow from what you've been talking about in your session work together, because these are the things that the person's going to remember, like a new balanced thought, or something for them to practice as a new motor act, right? So engaging with a friend or completing a behavioral experiment that you set up. And alternatively, you can open this up to clients during session review and say something like, all right, so you did some great work today, continuing to practice that thought exploration, taking what we learned today, what do you think could be useful practice for this week to help you keep practicing those skills? So we want to try to keep this as much as possible collaborative, right? You want to also check in with your client about confidence in the likelihood of doing the home practice on a scale from 1 to 100. And if anything is under 90 or so, then you want to revisit it and see if you can make it easier, more understandable, more tied into the person's values, so that they're going to be 90% or above likely to at least take a stab at it. The other thing is that if it's a behavior, then it's something that we want to rehearse if we can with the person in advance, right? So the idea is that we want to set clients up for success. So we want to make sure that we're assigning something that if we're assigning something that if we have an opportunity to do it, then we're practicing it together in session. We also want to make sure that we're specific. So when, where, and with whom you're going to do this. Does the person need anything to do it? And we can even take a moment with that person to visualize themselves doing it and having them walk you through the steps of what it is specifically they're going to do. And we also want to engage support around this. So one of the awesome things about being part of a PACT team is that we can get other team members involved in the person doing their home practice assignment, right? So those are things that we can be sharing during our meetings. Hey, I have a person doing this home practice of doing X, Y, and Z, maybe practicing a breathing technique. As you're going out with the medications, maybe say like the Pure or the Voc specialist or the nurse, that they're going out and they're practicing those skills with the client. It's a tremendous advantage that we have as PACT teams, and we rarely take advantage of it. So when we're doing CBT work, we want to start bringing in our other team members to create support for the person doing that. And where we have natural support, then we want to try to bring them in as well. So home practice comes in a lot of different sizes and shapes. Let's see. And these can be things like practicing a skill, doing activity scheduling, self-monitoring, doing worksheets together, doing family-based home practice interventions, so forth and so on, right? So there's a lot of things that we can be doing in terms of home practice. The way in which I approach it is that I want to scale things up, right? So I might start out with like, here's a piece of psychoeducation. Here's a handout. So why don't you take this home during the week, maybe share it with somebody that you know, right? We start out simple and then we start building on that. So maybe the next thing that we get to is that I start having the person track something, right? Maybe they're tracking their substance use. Maybe they're tracking certain kinds of thoughts that they're having. Maybe they're tracking their voices, right? Then from there, we can start building on some behavioral strategies, then some cognitive strategies. But what we're doing is we're starting out low and slow, and then we're building on that. If you don't approach it this way and you get to the place where you want the person to start practicing skills, then you really haven't established a neuro pathway in their brain to do that. So part of the work of doing home practice assignment is to start developing the neural pathways for the person to start actually doing it. Now, for our behavioral interventions for substance use disorder, again, we can approach it with our basic ABC model. So starting with A, we want to help the client look at their environment for external cues or triggers for substance use, as well as internal cues with early warning signs. And then to the extent that we can, we want to eliminate or modify those cues and use good coping strategies to mitigate ones that can't be changed. And then we also want them to help them set up for themselves cues for behaviors that are going to be more consistent with the direction in their lives that they want to be moving towards. Then moving to the B, it's also important that we do some modeling and role-playing skills like breath retraining, mindfulness, distraction skills, distress tolerance, teaching social skills like basic refusal skills. Those are the things that we want to be doing in terms of coaching new behaviors. Finally, for the C, we get back to reinforcement. So if it's at all possible, you might look to reinforce, say, sobriety through either participation. So if they're showing up, it gets reinforced through the actual abstinence of the use itself. So like say maybe somebody might volunteer for UAs. We might arrange this as a contingency management strategy. We might get a reward for testing negative. We just want to try to find ways. Most of what we do around these are going to be verbal reinforcement strategies. So that's primarily the way in which we approach it. So if a person's taking any steps towards what that new behavior is, that we're reinforcing it verbally, but we can also set things up for the person so that they're receiving reinforcements based contingent upon them making the actual change. So the internal cues are going to be the early warning signs that let a person know that relapse might be on the way. If the person has a long history of substance use, then we should be able to help them identify some of these, right? Where they're not as good as historians, or if the substance use is something that's relatively new, then this is something that you might need to work through a little bit through trial and error when and if the client happens to have a slip up. So early warning signs could be things like increased craving, stress, depression, mania, psychosis, impulse to reconnect with users, isolating, person stuffing their emotions, more permission-giving thoughts, which we'll get to here in a bit, being bored. These are all things that can be early warning signs. Now, we can start coaching the person to start using these early warning signs as being cues, right? We come from this kind of an approach, then the early warning signs, once the person is aware of them, can then be cues for the person to start using effective coping strategies and also to reach out for help. We also need to be talking to our clients about the difference between what a slip up is and what a relapse is. So I'll often, as we're talking about this with the clients that I work with, a slip up is a little bit like tripping and falling on the floor. And if something like that happens, we can just get right back up, right? It's no big deal. And we can keep on moving towards that thing that we wanted to go towards. But if we lay on the ground instead, if we get angry with ourselves, if we say, screw it, I may as well just lay here. Well, at that point, it's more of a choice that we're making where we're definitely not going to be able to move forward in our life. So we want to make that distinction between what a slip up is. Slip ups are normal. They're part of the learning process. That's different from a full-on relapse. Okay. Now, if you remember our discussion on respondent conditioning, that's where I mentioned that behaviors that are learned this way are under control of the antecedent. So they're triggers for use. And when they're present, the person is then likely to engage in that behavior. It's an environmental cue to do that thing that the person learned. And those are the persons, places, and things that the person's become associated or the respondent conditioning has been created around those cues for them to use. So what we want to do is to help the client identify what these are and to make plans for how these will either be avoided or otherwise handled. So triggers might be things like there's that HALT acronym, which is hungry, angry, lonely, tired. There's unavoidable life stressors. There's physical illness, social isolation, sex and relationship, new jobs or changes at work, social situations, places where drugs are available. There are a lot of these things, right? So you want to help the person identify what those high-risk situations are. Okay, so what we want to do here is we want to create a behavioral plan by having 2 or 3 effective behavioral strategies that we've helped the client identify that the client can reliably use. These are also very important for the symptoms, so-called symptoms of mental illness. The key here is that we're not just throwing out ideas for that person to try, right? So we're not going to say things like the classic, well, take a shower or go for a walk. Now, those things might be effective, but when we're doing CBT as a evidence-based practice, then we're taking an empirical approach. And that means that we're going to have the client test them out and to get ongoing support for using them. And we're not just going to make suggestions. That's spaghetti throwing. Now, when we've introduced some of these concrete coping strategies, what has a tendency to happen with these strategies is, again, we're just throwing out some suggestions, and maybe the client uses them, maybe they don't. And when this happens, we're really just giving advice, right, rather than doing skill building. So if the strategy is not tested out, if we're not doing that in a methodical way, then we're taking a spaghetti throwing approach, again, which is to throw all of our strategies at the wall, just see what sticks. And as CBT, skilled CBT clinicians, we don't want to be spaghetti throwers. Rather, in skill building, to the extent that we can, we want to provide the rationale, we want to model the skill, we want to role play, and then we want to get feedback through monitoring. So you can help the client pick a couple of strategies to test out, model, and role play, and if possible, then have them use that coping strategy as home practice. And clients can track their skill then by using a simple log like you see here. So we've got a column for the situation, one for craving intensity, one for whatever secondary emotion that there might be, like frustration. Remember our 4 forces of the apocalypse. And then the coping strategy that was used, and then the result. So the client might have their own strategies. If so, we want to test those out as well. The aim is to find a few that really help and then can become a reliable go-to. Now, all that's going to accumulate in a relapse prevention plan, and that's where we've identified early warning signs, triggers, supports, and coping strategies. Okay, so we've got very little time left. And so in that time, rather than doing the activity that I had planned for you, I'm just going to launch into the cognitive part, and then that will be the rest of the time that we have. So cognitive processes are the type of thinking that's going to be common with substance use disorder. That's the kind of activity in the nervous system that's happening here in the cerebral cortex. And Beck identifies 4 cognitive processes or ways of thinking that can result in addictive behavior. The first is low self-efficacy, or that's the belief that you just can't get by without using and that there's nothing that you can do about it. So essentially, you're too weak to do anything different. Then we have outcome expectancies, or beliefs that only good things come from substance use and the negative effects are minimized. So we talked about that in terms of remembering prior good experiences. Where the person has an expectation of a positive result, then the more attentional and memory bias then is going to confirm that, and the less they're going to be aware of all of the negative outcomes that's happening in the moment around their substance use. Then we've got beliefs that attribute where the person's attributing use to internal unalterable traits, like I lack willpower, so I can't do this, or similarly unalterable external factors like, well, my whole family drinks, so again, there's not much that I can do about it. These are all thinking errors. They're not helping the person out. Finally, we've got a type of thinking error that we might call making bad choices, right? So this might be like meeting a person at a bar or driving by a neighborhood where drugs were used just to see maybe if anything has changed, right? We use these kind of thinking errors when our prefrontal cortex is coming offline. We're more vulnerable to making these kinds of bad choices. So dysfunctional beliefs related to substance use are going to have the tendency to center around 4 key themes, and those are pleasure seeking, problem solving, relief, and escape. And the more that we can group, and then from there we can group these into more broadly into what we can call permission giving beliefs. So those would be things like, well, I'm effed anyway, so I might as well use. I deserve one little drink because after all, it's been a really shitty day for me. I'm going to do this one last time. I'm not going to do it tomorrow, so forth and so on. So these are all the ways in which we give ourselves permission. We're using our thinking as a type of tool that's saying, hey, go ahead and drink, or go ahead and smoke the methamphetamine, right? That's what our thinking is doing for us. It's giving us the green light to do that. Now, we can start helping the client to identify some of these automatic negative thoughts if they'd like to make change. So we can help them recognize these permission-giving thoughts, and we can use them to help them to start identifying them as being common thinking errors that are related to substance use disorder. That would include the basic thinking errors or thinking styles around rationalizing use, catastrophizing, and minimizing. So these would be things like, again, it's okay to do this once, I'll quit tomorrow, I've had a rough day, I can't have fun unless, this is intolerable unless I deserve it. And then we've got the infamous fuck it's. So we're all familiar with this type of thinking that's saying, yes, go ahead and use. They're types of thinking errors. Now, since the person also has the desire to quit or reduce substance use, then they're also going to have what we can call refusal thoughts. And these are the thoughts that we want the client to start recognizing so they can use those as tools, much more effective tools. And these would be thoughts like, I can wait this out. This feeling will pass. I'm stronger than this. It's going to be easier for me as I stick it out. I'm not going to let this drug control my life. And I know what's important to me. Now, one of the ways in which we can get this concept across is using our thinking as a type of tool that helps us move in the direction that we want to be moving in, is to explain permission and refusal automatic thoughts to our clients as being a little bit like votes in Congress. So when we're trying to change substance use behaviors, we're always going to have some votes or some thoughts to use, right? Because the drug use is functional. So we're going to have this part of our brain saying, oh, here are all the reasons why we should use. And they can seem to be pretty persuasive. So we're not trying to get the person to not have those thoughts, right? Because trying to get the person not to have those thoughts are just going to mean that that's what they're going to be paying attention to. What we're trying to do instead is to have more thoughts that will be refusal thoughts so that the majority vote is going to remain in favor of abstinence. Now, we should also anticipate that while a person is learning new behaviors, that they're going to probably be slipping back into old behaviors. And for most people, they're going to experience shame and guilt as a result. And again, I pointed to this earlier in the training. What does a person with an addiction do to get rid of aversive emotions like shame and guilt? They use drugs, right? So we call this the abstinent violation effect. And that's a phenomena that occurs when somebody's trying to abstain from a particular behavior, experiences a lapse or a relapse. And like I said, it's characterized by feelings of shame and guilt and the belief that all the progress has been done. This is a type of catastrophizing. Now, this response can lead then to a full-blown return to the addictive behavior because, again, that's the person's going to use substances to deal with those feelings. So to help a person manage this abstinence violation effect, we can employ several strategies. The first is for us to really explain it, and then to focus that self-compassion is something that's really crucial. So we want to help the person understand that setbacks are common and not to view them as being total failures, that the more time a person attempts to do something, then the more likely they are to be successful in doing it. Secondly, we can encourage the person to seek support from friends, family, or support groups. So we can rally around that person and provide encouragement and accountability. And thirdly, we can use our cognitive behavioral therapy techniques to help the person reframe those negative thoughts and to start developing healthier coping mechanisms and thoughts that will be more helpful for them. So for the cognitive interventions, what we do is we start out with tracking. And in the dashboard, I provided you with a tracking sheet that the person can use to start tracking substances through the week. Now, tracking this way can actually be helpful in both the preparatory stage of change as well as in the action stage of change. And again, the rationale is that if we're tracking a behavior, then we're becoming more aware of it, so our behavior is not so much on autopilot. So simply by tracking and increasing awareness, then we're going to find out a lot about ourselves, and it's going to start to likely alter the use. It also provides us with a good, because remember, CBT is a measurement-based approach. This also provides us with a good way of measuring success. I've also provided you with a simple cognitive restructuring form, which is where you're going to be working with shifting the ratio of permission-giving thoughts to refusal thoughts. So you can ask the client to notice times in which they've had impulses or thoughts to use, notice the context of the thought, identify the amount of craving so they can start being more aware of that, and to start riding the wave of craving, and then to identify the specific thoughts and what the resultant behavior is. And the way in which I work with this with my clients is that initially, based on the feedback from the tracking form, then we start going over the cognitive restructuring form. We fill it out together. We do that for 2 or 3 sessions. And then from there, I start asking the clients to start doing it as home practice. So looking at the weekly tracking form, you can see that we've got the days of week, the drug and alcohol use that the clients used, the level of craving. And this form is intended not only to track the actual use, but also cravings, thoughts, and feelings about use and the situations in which those occur. So this can be very, very helpful in starting to collect this data and getting the person much more aware of it. Now, even if the client's not using this, this is something that we can creatively think about of like how we might get the team to help the person use a form like this. And even if we get the person to retroactively think about what's happened over the past few days, then we can fill it out together in session. So don't abandon this just because the client's not doing it. In fact, this is often kind of a learned skill that you really have to help the person start doing. Now, once they've done that for a couple of weeks, then we can start using the cognitive restructuring form. And this is the form that I made up and I work with my clients. This is what I use. Like any of these forms, please feel free to modify it if it seems like that there are ways in which you want to tweak it. As I said before, the way in which I work with this is by drawing examples off the self-monitoring form and then by going through the steps together. So once the client has some momentum with it, then they can start doing this as a home practice assignment, but you can see that we're building a specific behavior here. So starting out at the top where it says situation, we want the person to identify where did the desire to use to take place? Like what was the cue? What was the trigger involved? Was this one of the high-risk situations that you and I had identified earlier? And if so, then the client can start to make that association between the situation and the urge. Then what was the automatic thought? So sometimes it's easier to identify this if we get to the feeling first. So what were you feeling in that situation? And then what's the thought that goes with that feeling, right? So it could be like maybe they went to a friend's house, which might be a high-risk situation. And there were some people that were hanging out and somebody pulled out a six-pack. So the thought might be, I have to drink to fit in, or this won't be fun unless I drink two, or I'll drink this one beer, right? But you see underlying that might be anxiety, right? Because they were in a social situation which provoked anxiety. And then we've got the actual behavior itself. So we want the client to start noticing not only if they used or they didn't use, but what was the coping strategy that they used? What was the short-term compensatory behavior? Or was it a long-term value-driven behavior? And then finally, if the person did use, then what's next? If they didn't use, then what strategy was effective? Now, one thing that didn't make it onto this form, I'm not quite sure why, is that as well, it's great also to get the person to start thinking about, okay, if I had a permission-giving thought, then what might be a few refusal thoughts that would have been helpful for me in that situation? So then you can practice those together. Okay, so I think we've got 10 minutes left. So let's, I think I'd like to do this, right? I'd like to break you into breakout groups so that you can practice this together. So you're going to take a cognitive restructuring form and you're going to use this example. So despite promising himself not to, Shan has had several slip-ups. He recently went on a 2-day bender where he drank a liter of vodka, and then he also unfortunately used a high-potency edible, and that resulted in a 48-hour hospitalization. Then you're meeting up with him afterwards, and you're going to use your cognitive restructuring form to go over that with him, okay? So you get a chance to talk about slip-ups and relapses and go over the whole model and, use the cognitive restructuring form to help walk him through that. So let's do this for 10 minutes, then we'll get back together, we'll wrap up, and then we'll see, hopefully, most of you tomorrow for the EIMR training.